There we go. Few minutes late. I'm sorry. I'm often later than this. Let's be honest. But today I didn't have to be. I was sitting here just answering comments from the last video, and I lost track of time. And then I was like, what do I have to do today? I should probably stop answering comments. What do I have to do today? It's Tuesday. I have a Takeover Tuesday live stream to do. So yeah, I'm here. I'm totally here. I am fixed in. Ooh. Yeah. Ask for a takeover at your own risk today. Ooh, man. Hey, Silver Bullet. Hey, Ian Godwin. Good to see you. Burso in the house. Love to see those Colred Plays little icons there. That makes me so happy. That really does. It's such a joy in my life to come on a live stream and see all the little people with the little dots spitting out the special emojis that you guys get for supporting the channel. Thank you for being a member. If you don't know, I didn't plan to plug this, but I may as well plug this. You can subscribe to the channel, of course, but then you can also get memberships to YouTube channels. I don't know if you know that. It's a thing that you can do. And we offer several tiers of memberships, and you get little perks, including those little icons on the in the chat, which nobody can see here, right? Maybe I should show them. Hard to show them, because then I get that weird screen effect, and then it becomes wonky. So it is that time again, Doctor Who. It is. Silver Bullet, you were about to sleep, and then you saw the YouTube notification. Well, maybe this will be a very low-key, harmonious kind of ASMR Takeover Tuesday, and it'll help you go to sleep. Hey, Great Dane. Hey, buddy. Good to see you, man. Zonde, Dreamer. ASMR, exactly. There you go. Fall asleep to the soothing sound. Colred Plays Raid Shadow Legend. Hey, why? I need to change the video resolution. You can just bite me. OBS is kind of a pain sometimes. I don't know. My computer's like, I guess it's about 2.5 years old now. So it's not old, but it's also not a young computer anymore. You know, to me, it still feels like the new computer because I used my old computer for 7 years and the one before that for like 9, you know? So it's like 2.5 years in, feels like it should still be working brand new. So I don't know sometimes if it's my computer or sometimes it's, yeah, OBS is weird. Colred doing ASMR as a guider roleplay. I don't know what that means, but okay. I'll do anything once, probably twice. I used to say that. I know it's kind of like a quirky little, I don't know. I thought I was cool, but when I was in my 20s, I'd say, I'll do anything twice. Simply because I want to make sure. Gooders FTP, welcome. Darren in the house. Always good to see you, Darren. Romario Palmer. Aaron Benoit. Sorry, that's not a problem with the name. That's a problem with my eyes. Chat's kind of small on my screen. Angelica's in the house. Did I miss Angelica? Where's Angelica? I was just answering your comment not long ago, Angelica, in the last video. Mr. Bossman, John Hodgson. I was answering your comment as well. Congrats again on my poll. My poll was weird. Hey ho D, good to see you. Yeah, if you didn't see my video, I'm assuming most of you probably saw my video, because if you are here, you are those people who respond to the notification. So I polled a Freya late Sunday night. I was trying to complete the Hero's Path event for the Freya 5-star soul. and I needed to pull 3 additional shards. I didn't really want to have to do that, but I had so little time to play over this past weekend that I just didn't get enough champion training in. I was really hoping to do, like, I think I pulled 14 shards on Friday, and I was like, okay, I need 22,000 or whatever points. I thought I could do all that with champ training. I only did about half of it with champ training. So I needed like another 13,000 points, 12,000 points, something like that. And so I pulled 3 shards, and on the very first one, I hit the Freya. It's such a mind, I shouldn't say the word, but you know what I'm talking about, the mind thing. It played such mind games with me, because I was like, oh man, this is awful, because I got the extra Freya when I already invested all of these resources to get the guaranteed Freya. And then I was thinking about it, I was like, but I couldn't have gotten this Freya unless I already had Freya. It was like Freyaception, right? It was Freya Inception. Like, the only way to get this second Freya was to have the first Freya and then have to pull the shards to try to get the soul for the first Freya. And then I got the second Freya, which wouldn't exist without the first Freya, even though it's a dupe. I'm like, ah! So it was kind of awful, but simultaneously like unavoidable. So the first Freya is actually sitting here in my fragment summons. And I was originally thinking I'd pull her for CVC. And then several viewers mentioned to me that now that I got the first Freya, this Freya is actually worth half the points, right? You get double points for pulling a champion for the first time. So this Freya is only worth 10,000 points, not the 20,000 points that she would have been worth if I had just not gotten the first one or the second one. See how messy it is? So now I think I need to wait for a champion chase, maybe for the next fusion, for the Halloween fusion. Which means I have to wait a little while on my faction guardians here in the barbarian faction. Which, by the way, this third one is like, the third and the fifth ones are the big ones, right? Like, the 10% HP is not bad. That works for everybody. The second one's the worst, because a lot of your champions don't use attack, or it doesn't matter. If this were crit damage, by the way, that would solve the problem. Right? Like, I know crit damage doesn't go on everybody either, but at least, like it doesn't matter to certain champions' builds, but it does actually do something for everybody. You know what I mean? Like, even if you've only got the 15% chance crit rate, if you hit a crit, 10% extra crit damage would be a harder hit. Whereas, like, for a defensive-based champ, this literally is the same as getting no stats. So I wish they would change this to crit damage or ignore defense or something other than attack. I think attack is a wasted stat. So anyway, so the first one's okay. Second one's awful. Third one's really good. 30 accuracy and 30 resistance. The fourth one's okay because defense does go on everybody, like HP. It's weird though, because I honestly think like defense is the worst of the 2 tank stats. Like HP is better than defense for keeping you alive. So it's weird that defense is the fourth one and HP is the first one. Like, this is clearly better than defense. And then 10 speed is massive, right? So I would say in terms of value, I would say the fifth is the best. The third is the second best. The first is the third best. The fourth is the fourth best. And the second is the least. It's very weird. And that's regardless of faction. It's not regardless of the champions you have, of course. Like, this 10% attack might actually play for your particular champion roster. But like for me, if you look at my barbarians, so let's just go here and we'll go for, let's say, all the 6-star legendaries that I have in the barbarian faction. Right? You'll notice, obviously, I've built 3 recently because I built Thor, Loki, and Odin. But I have Nair Gigante Archer, defensive based, right? So the defense plays. I got Armands, who does do damage based on attack, but he's not really a hard-hitting champion. Although mine does have 88% crit rate. I just realized that. I don't know if did I try to do that on purpose? I think I just did that because this was the fastest gauntlet I had available at the time I built him. So I don't think that was intentional. Yukar the Scourge takes attack. So he's the one, like, definite attack champion that I had already, Thor being the other one now. And then defense, and defense, right? He does our HP. Is it HP or no? It's attack, but this one is enemy max HP, so it doesn't matter. So these 5 were built before. And now Freya, of course, is defense as well. So the only champions that are getting benefit from attack, I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a little bit of 5. But the only one probably that really matter are Carl and Thor. Like, Loki's attack doesn't matter. Armand's attack doesn't. Not to me. I mean, maybe somebody builds those 2 champions with more attack. By the way, I'm still in that Loki build from my video that I did a while ago on the spider. So this build will change. This build will change, definitely. Yeah. Hey. Thanks, Rapid Rhymer. I appreciate that. I enjoyed hanging out with Ash. That was really cool. He's a really genuine guy. He's a nice guy. I've found that to be true with all of the content creators. And, sometimes, like when I do a video, it's not uncommon for every once in a while, not every video, but every once in a while, somebody will make a comment about another content creator in the comments of my video. Maybe saying something like, thinking that they're supporting me, thinking that they're complimenting me, like, hey, Colred, I love your content. You're so much more, relatable than Hell Hades or something like that. Those be like, he's just for whales and endgame players. And like, I know that that's meant to be a compliment for me, and I do appreciate it that way. But simultaneously, I feel like every content creator is out there working their tail off and trying to add value to the community. So I don't like to take shots at any content creators. That being said, you don't actually know who they are until you get to meet them. And I have found pretty much without exception that the people that you see on the screen every day, like when you watch their videos, that's who the content creators are also behind the scene. So much so that it's funny when you meet somebody who's like my on-screen persona is a genuine reflection of who I am. But it's not all of who I am, right? Like I rarely come onto my videos and I'm like, man, I'm just frustrated and tired today. But I do get tired and frustrated. Like everybody recognizes that. But I'm not trying to be tired and frustrated on my videos. There's a performative aspect there. But that being said, like my stage persona, my screen persona is just who I am. It's just, not the full spectrum. But then you meet somebody like Jay Giggs, and that is his full spectrum. That is like literally, like he shows all of his personality in various videos. So you'll get the upbeat Jay, you'll get the angry Jay, you'll get the frustrated Jay, you'll get the tired and confused Jay. Like he just records his life and puts it on the screen. Whereas I try to script my videos a little bit more specifically to present an idea like, kind of as efficiently as I can, which is not always super efficiently, but, in a positive light. Like I'm specifically trying to be positive. Ash, on the other hand, I think he's just that guy. I think he is just that positive, like force. Certainly, you also don't see him when he gets into his negative spectrum, like when he's frustrated and down and he's got to figure out like life stuff, like he works hard. But I think probably in all of his jobs, most of the time, he's that positive, forward looking guy. Like he's always trying to create new good things for the world. And so it's interesting to meet those guys behind the scene. Deadwood Jedi was another guy. I was like, man, he is exactly the persona you see in his videos. When you're talking to him, like the cadence of his speech and, the tone of his voice, the content that he's talking, it's all exactly the same thing you see on the screen. So it's really cool to see that, and get to know that, because like you guys, for the first, 2 years of my raid journey, I was just a video viewer. When I say just, I mean, I wasn't making content, so like I didn't have any interaction with these content creators any differently than what you have with me or the other content creators. But now it's like after, being a content creator for a while, I get to see a little bit behind the scenes, get to meet these guys, actually have conversations with them. And it's just cool. It's just a cool experience. And Ash was fantastic. He was absolutely fantastic. Okay. Sorry, I know the chat's been firing off. Let's see what we got going here. Ash got you into the game, been subbed to his other channel for 10 years. That's awesome, Doctor Who. That's really cool. Depends on your roster, but the best damage gear you can farm, in my opinion, is Savage. That's Fire Knight. If you're talking about regular farming, yes. If you're talking about Doom Tower farming, then obviously Lethal is a step up from that, right? Like, so if you can come in here, if you have a Dark Fae team, you can farm this, which is like Savage, but it gives you 10% extra crit rate. So that's nice. Like, that's a step up. And right now, of course, you can farm Pinpoint. But yeah, like a dungeon farmable set, I would say Lethal is the best damage set for a dungeon farmable set. You haven't built Loki, you don't see any need for him. Yeah, I didn't really see much need for him either. I don't think he's a bad champion. I think he's a good champion. I don't particularly have a huge need for him, but that's actually true with like almost every champion that I pull at this point. 3.5 years in, if you look at my roster, like I don't have a lot of roster needs, you know? So if we just take 6-star champions here, let's see how many I have. I have 140. So I've got most of my bases covered, you know, and it's like, there are still champions I can pull that can be like maybe slightly better than the champion that I have built for that role. But the only thing I don't have on my roster, which I would really like, is a cooldown reduction champion or a reset champion that's on a short cooldown. So the best one I have is Renegade, and you know, and then I have Painkeeper. So like, you know, when you're talking about those champions, those are usable for certain things. They're certainly not bad, but like a Kaimar or Yumiko would be massive for me. So that's really the only thing I'm missing. I also could get benefit maybe out of like another really good AoE provoke champion, because for Hydra, I use Vizix and Nergigante Archer. I do have actually Bivolt. So I do have 3 very good ones. But I found that, you know, at the upper levels of Hydra difficulty, it's good to have like a secondary one, like a backup just in case. Depends on the speeds. Really depends on the speeds. What's the most efficient way to use glyphs? Good question. I would say this. I tend to like I've looked at glyphs differently over the years. So one of the things that I'll do is, let's say I'm looking at a piece like this. I'll say, okay, what's the best, like, what are the best stats for the champion I'm putting this gear on? So that's one way to look at it, right? So let's say I need a resist build. I might put a big resist glyph on this roll here. But often I look at the gear and I say, well, this is a 5-star piece of gear. The best roll on this is a double speed roll. And it's not great. Like on a 6-star piece, I could expect a double speed roll to maybe pull 16 speed, maybe even 17 speed. Like you can get more than that, but that's usually where I land, somewhere between 15 and 17. So I would be looking to not spend like a 6-star, you know, like obviously I can't spend a 6-star glyph on this. So the question would become, how many 5-star speed glyphs do I need? And do I need that potential extra 1 speed? Or should I go with a 4-star glyph and just pull 2 to 4 speed, which is what happened here. I rolled a 4-star glyph. I got 2 of that speed, and I didn't roll another one because this is enough for the champion that it's on and the piece that it belongs on. If this were a 6-star piece, I certainly would have considered rolling a 6-star glyph if I had enough of them and speed was a big deal. But again, if speed's not a huge deal for this champion, then I stick with the 4-star glyphs or even the 3-star glyphs, 2-star glyphs, 1-star glyph. Now, the 1, 2, and 3-star glyphs I often also keep for speed tuning, because sometimes you need to hit a specific speed and not go past it. So in that case, I'll start going to 3-star glyphs and then moving down to 2-star glyphs, and then I'll finish it off with a 1-star glyph where you're guaranteed to only get 1 speed. So if I'm speed tuning for like Clan Boss or some other place, that's where the 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star come in. If I have a champion I'm building just for like faction crypts or a Doom Tower secret room, that's also where I might use 1, 2, and 3-star glyphs, because I don't want to waste 4-star glyphs on a champion that I'm not going to use a lot. Now, if I happen to put a random piece of gear on a champion that's very good for something, like, I don't know, like, okay, so here you found, this is a double roll. This is that 6-star piece that double rolled into speed and gave me 16. And you can see I put a 6-star glyph on this and I hit the 8. This was probably, you can see it's not on a champion right now. This was probably early in earlier in my account, maybe in the mid game, where I was trying to push the speed of like my Arbiter, or maybe I was trying to speed tune somebody for Clan Boss, and I needed every single drop of speed, and so I used a 6-star glyph. Right now, I would not put a 6-star glyph on a piece like this unless I very specifically had that same need where I needed every drop of speed. And if that's the case, I'm likely looking for a triple speed roll if I have. Now, this piece should not be sitting in my, it shouldn't be sitting in my storage. It should be on somebody. I just haven't really gotten around to, in the last month or two, looking at like my speed builds and stuff like that. But my guess is this could go on somebody like a Deacon Armstrong or maybe a Lady Kimmy and provide some extra value. The downside of this, of course, is if I lose accuracy on, it's actually a pretty good accuracy piece. So this was probably on Arbiter. I bet this was on Arbiter, and I think I took it off just recently. But so let's see if I could put this on like Lady Kimmy. Where's Lady Kimmy? There she is. Let's see if this would boost her. So I actually wouldn't, right? You can see Lady Kimmy has 17 plus 8, so it wouldn't boost her. It would boost her accuracy at the cost of 1 speed, but her accuracy is fine for me where she is. Let's see about Deacon. Would it improve Deacon? So that's his current one. And so, yeah, this would actually lose me some accuracy. You can see I'd actually lose 5 accuracy. And gain, it looked like 10 speed. So this would probably be beneficial. I think the 10 speed bonus would be better than the loss of accuracy. The reason I haven't put it on Deacon is because at this point in time, Deacon kind of sits in a spot in my roster where I'm happy with him at 288. Like pushing him to 308 is actually not great. Maybe I could look at Astrid, like some other champions that actually need more speed than that. I could certainly look at Nekmothar. Let's see what Nekmo's. Well, Nekmo's got 22 speed on a perception weapon, so that's not a replacement. So you can see what's happening here. Here's a perception piece. Now this only has 15 speed, so this certainly would be a bump in speed. But again, look at that 33 accuracy, right? That double roll with the 33 accuracy. So I would be losing 9 accuracy here. And then I'd have to swap another piece somewhere to get back to perception. Like I'd have to swap this back to perception. And again, you can see this is 16 speed with some accuracy. So it might be hard to do that. So I could look at Astrid because maybe I could get Astrid 5 speed faster, 6, 8 speed faster, be worth it. But that's, so when I'm looking at glyphs, I'm looking at the quality of the piece, the number of rolls. I'm looking at the champion that's going on, and I'm also determining, like, do I need the maximum right now? Because I will overspend on it. Like, even if the piece doesn't really justify the glyph, sometimes I'll overspend on glyphs if I have enough of them, and I really need every last drop of that stat. Maybe that's HP for a regen build, or it might be speed for a speed build, or it might be speed for a damage build, but it has to be speed tuned. That's basically my answer for that. That was a good question, though. I appreciate that. Yeah, I need to do my own ear cleanse takeover. You can see 1500. Hey, son. Good to have you, buddy. Hey, Crop Show's here. Crop Show Games, buddy. I watched a video of yours recently. I'm trying to remember what the topic was, but it was a very good video. Crop Show is another content creator. You should check out his stuff. He's got a lot of good free-to-play content. He's running a free-to-play account that he started at the beginning of the year, and he's absolutely crushing it with an account that's only 10 months old at this point or something. So if you're still in the first year of your free-to-play journey and you want to find a good model for how to progress through an account, go back and watch his series from the beginning. It's an excellent series. Poker Danish says $1 million for a timeout, right? Yeah. Hey, Jan Eric. Good to see you. Quick question. When do people use reworks, non-speed boots, hoping for speed before upgrading? Honestly, if you do reworks, usually most people will say you want to use the top 3 artifacts. Because if you think about it this way, when you roll like a glove, right? You've got 6 or 7 or 8 main stats that it could come out at. And then you've got all the substats as well. So it's extra RNG. But if you roll for a weapon or you roll for a shield, you know what the main stat's going to be, and that doesn't affect the quality of the outcome. So a lot of people think you have a little bit more control over rolling these pieces. I will say that sometimes when you get like a quad roll on gloves or something, if you can have, I don't know if you would do this, but let's say you were rolling like flat attack gloves for like artifact enhancement event or something, and it like double rolls, you know, you're taking it to 8 and it double rolls into something. You're like, oh, let me just see if it gets a triple roll, and it gets a triple roll, and you're like, oh crap. And now you roll it again and it gets a quad roll. You're like, well, that's worth, I think, a rework, right? Because even though it's a glove, like it's not specifically for anybody yet. So if it rolls HP percentage, defense percentage, attack percentage, crit rate, or crit damage, any of those could be usable with a speed, accuracy, crit rate, or maybe even crit damage substat, right? So the number of combinations you actually have when you don't care specifically about the main stat is really high. But that's an unusual scenario. And again, attack percentage on gloves are not super usable, but I was thinking bomb champion. Like you could actually potentially put that on a bomb champion, right? So I think it's reasonable to roll them on gloves and chess pieces in that particular place. I do not waste reworks on boots ever. I don't rework boots because there's only one good substat or one good main stat, that's speed. Sometimes attack percentage, HP percentage, or defense percentage are good on those types of damage dealers, but that's becoming more and more rare in this game because the stat bloat, it has pushed the speeds of the content really high. The most advanced content, the speeds are so high that you can no longer afford, in most cases, unless you're a big spender and have god tier gear, to put like a main stat boot on your champion anymore. It has to be a speed boot. So that means you're hitting 1 out of 7 stats or whatever. Like there's 7 different stats that can go on a boot, and it's a 1 in 7 chance you're going to roll speed. So that's a very bad gamble for ore. So I don't use those. Poker Danish says, do you have any advice of transitioning from likely early endgame to later endgame? Everyone's advice is usually smack in the middle of midgame or well into endgame. I'm struggling with where to focus. I do have some advice, and that's a really good question. And this is going to be the last question I think I'm going to take for right now because I want to get to the takeovers. But what I would say is if you are transitioning from the early endgame to the late endgame, and you're struggling with that transition, there are places you want to focus more than other places. Okay. The first thing is you need to be patient, but you need forge gear. You need Doom Tower gear. You need faction crypt gear. You're going to need a ton of perception gear. You're going to need so much perception gear, it's going to drive you bonkers. You're going to need a ton of perception gear, and you're going to want to find like lethal gear. Probably this is the second most important like set in the forge after perception. Also, if you have any forge pass gear, all of this can be really good. You're going to need to get into Centranos. You're going to need to do, you know, your Hydra. You need to farm those places where the really top end gear comes in. Protection, Stone Skin, Merciless, Supersonic. So Centranos and Doom Tower, Faction Crypts, Doom Tower, Centranos, and Hydra. Those are the 4 places that the gear comes in. So do what you can there. You may not be able to do a ton, but you cannot neglect those 4 areas of the game because that gear will accumulate slowly over time, but it's incredibly necessary gear. Also Siege, by the way, because Siege has Pharaoh, which is crazy good. That's just a bonker set. So I didn't mention that because you can't really farm that, but you don't want to avoid Siege either. But okay, so that's gear. But the other thing that you can't ignore, and this is more in your control on a daily basis, is you need to come into Iron Twins, Sand Devil's Necropolis, and Phantom Shogun's Grove. Okay, you need to do these 3 dungeons because even more importantly than picking up new gear is optimizing the good gear that you currently have. Okay, this will step up your stats on everybody, in ways that, you can't replace. So Sand Devil's Necropolis, like even if you can't complete it, you should be able to get to at least stage 7, if not stage 9. Like stage 7 is a good place to farm because it's only 10 energy, whereas stage 9 is 12 energy, so it's a little bit less efficient. But you want to come here and farm stage 7. Pretty much, if you're in the early mid game, you should be able to farm this really consistently. And that's going to give you that first 2 or 3 levels of ascension on all of your artifacts. So all of your good gear, any champion that's running good gear, you should ascend their gear. Make sure that you're getting all of the stats that you can. You're not going to have a lot of dust to re-roll it, so you're just going to have to get lucky. But extra, like even if let's say you have a crit damage gauntlet and you're really looking for that crit damage ascension and you hit like HP percentage. Well, great. That means your damage dealer is going to be a little bit tankier. That's not a bad thing, right? It's not a great thing. It's not the thing you were looking for, but it's not a throwaway stat. Even if it's flat HP, you're going to be a little bit more survivable. If it's flat attack, you're going to hit a little bit harder. So you want to ascend those. Obviously, focus on, like, always ascend 1 level first. Do you know what I mean? Don't ascend straight to 5. Ascend 1 level first. See what your stats are. And if it's a good stat, invest as high as you can go. Same thing with Phantom Shogun. Like, getting accuracy on an accuracy banner is incredibly valuable. Getting crit damage on a crit damage amulet is incredibly valuable. So, even getting, again, flat HP, flat attack can be valuable. So come in here, get to stage 7 at the very least, and do these. Also, Iron Twins. I do Iron Twins every single day, unless I forget, which I do probably once a week. I forget once a week, maybe. But I would say 6 out of the 7 days, I am farming this. I don't do the extras on Sunday. I could every once in a while I do, but, I use gems for other purposes. And so I don't think it's a bad use of gems. I just think it's expensive. And as a content creator, I sometimes have to spend gems on masteries, which I don't like to do as a free-to-play player, but as a content creator, sometimes I have to. And so this is where I've accepted a little bit of maybe not the optimal scenario. But come in here, farm these every day. Try to get stage 15 if you can, because blessings are incredibly important, right? Even a single star blessing on a champion can improve that overall build. I mean, the nice thing about the first star, let's find somebody who has only 1 star of ascension. Like here, I've got my Valkyrie, right? So if you come down here and you look at this, that's 7,500 HP on a legendary champion. That's huge. If we look at her build, and I look at her HP, she's only got 53,000 HP. That's after the blessing. So this improved her max HP by almost 20%, like 18% or something like that. So that's a massive improvement. And since the first star is HP for everybody, it just improves your survivability. It'll improve any of your regen builds. It increases the healing that comes in from your other champions. It increases the size of shields that you might get on your champions. So, the benefits are substantial even for that first blessing. Plus, I mean, she's got a polymorph, which isn't super valuable at 1 star, but some of the 1-star blessings are going to help you out in a lot of ways. Now maybe it's just it could be emergency heal. Yeah, that's a little thing, but just a little bit of that might help you in Sand Devil's Necropolis or in Hydra. You might get a 1-star Phantom Touch that's going to help you in Clan Boss or in Dragon or in Iron Twins. Maybe you get a 1-star Brimstone. Again, that's going to help you in boss fights. Maybe you get a 1-star Cruelty, which actually decreases the defense of bosses, which means everybody does more damage. So even 1-star blessings can be helpful to some extent. Obviously, I mean, here's another one that I really like. Where is it? Intimidating Presence. Right, so here, strengthens your team's aura by 2.5%, weakens the enemy team's aura by 5%. Having that on one person, at least in an arena team, right, can just make it a little bit easier to go first or decrease the enemy's defense or something. That little bit of decreased defense on a defensive aura might be enough to help you win a few extra arena battles. So if you're trying to transition from that early end game into that late end game, you have to compile stats. You have to do that. And one way to do that is to farm good gear. The second way to do that is to optimize the good gear that you already have with ascensions. And then the third way to do that is to get blessings and, faction guardians and empowerments on your champions. Your great haul, like all of that is another way to get stats. So just focus on pushing your stat caps and that will help. Does Colred have an ascending your gear guide? I don't think I've ever done that. I don't think I've done that. I could probably do a guide on that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's talk takeovers. So today we're going to do takeovers like we do every Tuesday. There are no restrictions today, but if I get a gear cleanse takeover, I am only going to do 30 minutes of a gear cleanse. That's my new rule. That's actually going to be, I think that that's going to be true forever now. I'm not doing more than 30 minutes of a gear cleanse because it's boring. It's boring to everybody. It's not unuseful information. It can be useful, and some people will be like, oh, that's really informative. But I'm not going to like massively clear out your inventory. That's not what Takeover Tuesdays is about. If you want that kind of takeover, remember, I do offer paid takeovers, and that's something everybody should know. You can go ahead and shoot me a DM in my Discord, and I'll be happy to tell you about my schedule of availability and my prices. So I've been doing for the last few months, I've been doing paid takeovers. I've got a lot of excellent clients. We've really had a lot of fun. We've improved a bunch of accounts. I did one last night, which was great. So if you're interested in that, you can certainly hit me up. But for the Takeover Tuesdays, I'm going to put a 30-minute timer on any gear cleanse from now until the end of time. But I have been refusing to do them recently, and I don't think that's fair. We should still be able to do gear cleanses. So if you need a kind of a mini gear cleanse, and then you want to focus on something else, I try to give everybody about 90 minutes. Sometimes I run a little bit long. But so be aware that you could use like 30 of those minutes on a gear cleanse if you want, and that'd be fine. Okay, so can I define mid, late, end game? That's a good question, and we just talked about that. So, all right, my real last question on this. I did a video on this. You can actually find it. I think it's a very good video. It wasn't a particularly popular video, but it's a very good video, I think, in terms of defining what early game, mid game, late game, and end game are. I break it up into those 4 things. So what I would say just quickly is the very beginning of the game, actually, that's the 5th thing. The very beginning of the game is kind of the first 7 days to maybe like 3 weeks or a month of time. So I think the early game is until you get your second 60, I think, is how I defined it. So once you have 2 60s, you have moved into the early game. So from the beginning game to the early game, maybe even 160 would be enough. Now you're in the early game. Early game is where you're still learning mechanics. You're doing a little bit of everything. And I talk about benchmarks or like milestones. I think there are multiple milestones, and you have to collect certain milestones in order to really move into the next stage of the game. So early game is about building your first team of 5 60s. That's early game. Until you have 5 60s, I still think you're in early game. So if you build like 20 50s, I think you're really still in the early game. You're approaching the game in a weird way. Some people do that, and that's fine, and it can be fun, but you're going to be stuck in the early game. I think realistically, early game is like once you're one keying brutal clan boss, you're probably moving into the mid game. I would say that's probably the milestone that I think is most important. A 1 key brutal clan boss, and you're starting to hit nightmare. Now you're clearly in the mid game. Mid game is by far the longest and most nebulous section of time. It probably lasts at least a year for most players, unless you're a massive spender, because you are accumulating gear, you're accumulating champions, you're finding solutions for a lot of different things. In the mid game, you should do things like solve every Doom Tower normal mode, right? You should clear all 3 Doom Tower rotations in normal. Once you start clearing all 3 Doom Tower rotations in hard, I would say you're in the late mid game and you're starting to approach end game. Or sorry, late game, not end game. Other things would be like completing your faction crypts. You typically complete your faction crypts. I would say that's a pretty good indication you're moving towards the late game. So if you have all your Doom Towers done, you have your faction wars done. Let's say you're doing Nightmare, Clan Boss 1 key, and like an Ultra Nightmare, maybe 2 key. And you have all of the normal dungeons completed, like to stage 25. I would say that moves you into the early late game. In order to be end game, like to legitimately call yourself end game, you need a 1 key Ultra Nightmare. You need to at least be 1 keying brutal, hard, and normal Hydra. You need to have your faction wars done. You need to have most of the hard mode dungeons close to at least progressing, maybe stage 4 or 5, 6. And then, you know, same thing with all the special dungeons. You need to have most of those pretty progressed. You don't have to have all of them progressed. Like if 1 or 2 is just being a headache for you, that's fine. That happens to everybody. But that would be like when you start to move from end game in late game into end game. I would also say this, like, you know, like Arbiter, like if you get your Arbiter, that's clearly a mid game accomplishment, but that moves you from like the meat of the mid game a little bit further down the line. So this could be considered like a late mid game accomplishment, maybe, or like it moves you from the mid game into the late mid game. If you get your Ramontu or your Marius, those are end game accomplishments. So if you've acquired either of these, you're clearly at end game. You know, if you look at my dungeons, for instance, so I have Iron Twins at 15. I have all of them at 15. They're all full auto. They have been for forever. So this is probably at least a late game accomplishment. I don't know that you have to be like, this is not an end game accomplishment. You should get there before you get to end game. Sand Devils is at 25, you know, full auto farm. Shoguns is at 25, full auto farm. I think these are all accomplishments that push you into the end game. I don't think you, like I said, if one of them is just sticking in your craw for some reason and you can't solve it, I don't think that prevents you from being end game. But these are the things that you need to do to get to end game. You know, Spider's Den, hard mode 10, you see I got a 30-second farm. That's an end game accomplishment, right? So in the late game, I would say, you know, hey, if you're farming stage 4 or 5, that's a good late game accomplishment. You're starting to move into end game. And again, if this is the one that's sticking in your craw, fine. But like, you need to solve most of these stage 10s. I don't have all of them solved yet. I'm still here, stage 8 on Fire Knight. I have not tried to push this in like 6 months. I can probably finish. I know I have the roster. I know I have the gear. I just haven't put it together yet. But that being said, let's say I couldn't push this. I still think that's end game. Do you know what I mean? Like I have everything else, but this is the one thing I'm missing for end game. So that's fine. The other thing I'm missing for end game is a Nightmare Hydra team that I really like that does a really good amount of damage. Like the chest here is only 37 million. I can clear this on a 1 key auto with like 10 different teams. That's not the accomplishment. I think the accomplishment is for Hydra Clash pulling down, you know, at least 500 million in Clash points. Like that would it's just an arbitrary number. But my point is that would mean I need, you know, at least 125 million on full auto here in Nightmare. And I don't have a team that can do that yet. My full auto teams typically pull down between like 50 and 80 million. So I feel like I'm a little bit shy of what I would call like the true end game for Nightmare Hydra. But again, that and Fire Knight are the only things I'm missing. Everything else is solved. And then the only other accomplishments I think I'm missing are completing my Ramontu and Marius missions, which to some extent is just a matter of focus. Like it's not even a matter of like if I can do it or not. I know I can do it, but like this one, get 40 max substat upgrades using rank 5 or higher glyphs. Like I'm free to play. I don't waste glyphs. So this is going to take me 4 months to complete because I have to build champions that require 5 and 6 star glyphs. And then I have to get lucky to land on the max. So I have done 17 of these 40 in the span of probably 2 months. And it's probably going to take me 3 more months to complete it. So like I'm not going to get my Ramantu fast, but I do believe I can do it. Like I don't think there's a single mission I can't complete. And so I'm happy to call myself endgame, even though I don't have my Ramantu. Endgame players should be getting 1.2 billion in your opinion. That's fair. That's your opinion. I don't care. Like I don't care about Hydra. I don't really care about Hydra. I don't really care about Hydra Clash. I do my duty by my clan. That's my goal, is to do my duty for my clan and to get some drops. I don't need to get the 1.2 billion in order to feel like I'm endgame. I know I could, but it's not a focus of me. It's not a joy for me. And I also don't have a ton of time. I'm trying to do all of this, have a job, have a baby, like all at the same time, have my relationship with my wife, get my house work done, my chores done, like have friendships, try to do all of those things and worry about like pulling down my 1.2 billion in Hydra. I'm like, nah, it's so low on my priority list in the game. And then outside the game, you know, it's not even on my radar. So while I appreciate that, and I think that's a relevant and valid way to think, I'm happy calling myself endgame, knowing that I could get the 1.2 billion damage if I really, really wanted to, but that I don't care. I can clear one key, a Hydra Nightmare full auto with, like I said, 10 different teams. And so I feel like that's endgame. And again, if you look at the entirety of my account, there are maybe 3 things in the game I have any struggle with left at all. One being Fire Knight hard mode, one being Nightmare Hydra, and then the last one being those Ramantu and Marius mission. Like that's it. That's literally it. Everything else it's gotten to the point where actually it's kind of boring on this account, and I want to roll a new account. I want to start over with a new account because this account is complete for all intents and purposes. The reason I can't do that is because it is the foundation of my ability to do videos for you. Like without the roster that I have here, without the resources that I get every month, I literally couldn't do half the videos that I do. I do think starting a new account would allow me to do some other content, which would be really fun, but I just don't have the time right now. So that's a dilemma from a content creator standpoint, but yeah. All right. You're using my account again, son, I see. Hey, Civic, good to see you, buddy. Hydra and Joy after update is a myth. Yeah, right, exactly. Gold 1 Tag Arena is rough. I got there, I stayed there for a few weeks, and then I stopped paying attention, and I got demoted all the way back to, where am I now? Let's see, Tag Team Arena. I am in Bronze 4. I got 4 consecutive demotions because life was so busy. I kept forgetting to put in my full defenses, and I want to farm the gold bars. Like I need the gold bars in the bazaar. I want to try to get back and get some void shards. You know, I want to get ancient shards. I want the energy. I want the accessories. But literally for the last month, I've been so crazy busy. The whole family was sick for like 3 weeks, which was a problem. I had my back injury going. You know, there's like all sorts of chaos here. And 3v3 Arena, while I want to make it a focus and I want to get there, like it just hadn't happened the last month. I got 4 consecutive demotions, which is so frustrating because like 6 months ago or 5 months ago, whatever, I got demoted over and over. I was in Silver 4 and I went back down to Bronze 4. And then I worked my way all the way back to Gold 1, and very specifically, and I was like, I'm going to stay in Gold 1. I'm never leaving now. And then literally I was in it for 2 weeks and I got demoted all the way back to Bronze, and I'm like, ah! So yeah, it's awful. It's awful. All right. Okay. So let's talk takeovers. You guys ask good questions. Stop asking good questions because I want to answer those questions. But okay, so let's talk takeovers. If you've never done this before, the way this works is you have to be a member of my Discord community. So click the link below. That will give you an invite to the Discord. You can join instantaneously. Ooh. Okay, that's great, son. We need to talk about that. Son just found an exciting thing. Yeah, that's kind of, you guys are gonna like this. I'm not gonna spoil the surprise just yet. But we're gonna figure this out, and then we're gonna do that thing. Okay. I know that was not cool. That was a total tease to you. But I was surprised when he messaged me that thing. So I apologize. That was not cool at all. But you are going to like it. It's for you guys. It's going to be very cool. Okay. So once you join the Discord community, you want to scroll down in my Discord to an area called the Coaching Corner, and you will see a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. In that channel, I am now going to delete all of the reactions. You will see a message that says, react to this message for your chance to win a free takeover. Go ahead and react to that message right now. You can react to it once or 50 times, doesn't matter. You will only be entered once. That puts you into the wheel. Now, we will spin the wheel in just a moment, and whoever the wheel picks, that is the winner of the takeover. Please remember that you can only win one takeover every 90 days. So if you have one in the last 90 days, please don't react to the message. That just gums up the works if you win. Makes you feel bad. It takes up time for everybody else. So just, try not to enter if you have won in the last 90 days. If you're not sure if you've won in the last 90 days, just check your DMs with me, because all the DMs are dated. So you can actually find the date of the last time that you had a takeover just by checking your DMs with me. Now, if you happen to win, the thing that you're going to need to do is I'm going to send you a DM. You want to DM me back with your password and account email, right? So I can log into your Player Aim account or your Raid account, and then go ahead and DM me what kind of takeover you are interested in having. I'm going to give you a special little Discord rank or role. You can join me in the voice channel that I'm sitting in right now called the Coaching Voice. You will not be able to talk, but you'll be able to hear me in real time because there's a 10 or 15 second delay on the live stream. So go ahead and join me in the voice channel and mute your live stream so you don't have two audios, because that's annoying. And then we can have a conversation in real time. You're just going to be able to DM me. You won't be able to speak to me. And I think that's it. If you have two-factor authentication, please, that's fine. But if you don't add it right now, because that will lock you out for a few hours. That's what we discovered months ago. So you don't want to add it today. Other than that, I think that's cool. And again, everything is on the table. But remember, if you ask for a gear cleanse, I will do a maximum of 30 minutes. I'm not doing more than 30 minutes of gear cleanses. And that is a new rule from now until the end of time. So that's everything. All right. So, so I think that's it. We've got a lot of reactions. I'm going to give it about one more minute for the reactions. That is true, Shock. You are one of the reasons why we decided to mute the Coaching Voice channel. Shouting out your own YouTube channel in my live stream. Listen, I don't mind promoting other content creators. If you want to go and check out Shock's channel, you should. Just like I was talking about Crop Show's channel earlier. I like promoting other content creators. But this stream is for a different purpose. Hey, Joseph Matolo, good to see you. Christy just joined last night. That's awesome. Tomas, you had a trouble staying in gold 2. Yeah, I haven't hit gold 2 yet. I haven't even tried, honestly. But it looks hard. It looks hard. You need to be in Tag Team Arena Gold for Ramontu. Yes, you do. At some point, not continuously, but at some point there's a mission that you need to be in Gold 1, I think. I don't think you have to get higher than that. How is the back? The back is, I would say it's about 65%, maybe 70%. I've been doing a lot of PT, so I feel nice and strong. I've improved my posture a little bit. And that's helping to alleviate some of the pressure on the injury. But the injury is still there. And I had an MRI last week. I haven't heard back from my doctor. I'm not loving this doctor right now because she's very slow to respond. And I know they're very busy over there, and the office has a good reputation. And I like her when I talk to her, but she's very, very slow to respond. And I'm a little bit surprised I haven't gotten my my follow-up yet. So we'll have to see what the MRI says, and then we'll know better. But thanks for asking. I appreciate it. Gordon. That is a strange message to read in the chat, Gordon, but I appreciate it, buddy. Okay, everybody check out Gordon's message there. That's a fun message to just see in the chat, right? If you didn't have any context there, that would be a very different message. Thanks for that, buddy. I actually like female doctors totally fine. Silver, don't call me out for that, man. I am a very proud, I don't even know what you would call it. I consider myself an ally to all women. I try to be. My wife is a very strong, capable, independent woman, and that's one of the reasons I picked her. Do you know what I mean? Like, I knew that going in. It wasn't like I discovered that halfway through our marriage. We've only been married a few years. But yeah, no, it's not the fact that she's a female doctor. I actually, like I said, I think she's very good in person. And she and her office have an excellent reputation, so I trust them. The issue is simply they are extremely slow in getting back to me. And obviously that's a problem with the healthcare system in the US. That's more and more true every year. That's also true with my male doctors. Like, some of them take a really long time to get back to me. But for this particular thing, it's such an acute injury, and it's been bothering me now for 3 months almost. I think close to 3 months. It was the end of August when it happened. So, no, it was not the end of August. It was the middle of August when it happened. So August to September, October. So 2.5 months. I guess a little bit over 2 months. And I have a 6-month-old baby I can't carry. Like, I can hold him for about 5 minutes at a stretch, like 2 or 3 times a day. If I hold him more than that, I can't sleep. Like, I'm in so much pain, I can't sleep. So if anybody has been a new parent, you know that is agony. Like, the fact that I can't carry my son around is just agony for me. It puts so much of an extra burden on my wife. And so the fact that my doctors are not getting back to me quickly is an extreme frustration for me. Because if this is something that's going to be really serious and require surgery, I need that to happen as soon as possible. And if it's something that doesn't require surgery, I need that to happen even faster, right? I need to solve that problem as quickly as possible so that I can carry my baby boy, have that joy of being with him, but also take that burden off my wife. And 2 months is a long time when your baby's only 6 months old. For a third of his life, I have not been able to carry him around on a regular basis. You know, and that's just bonkers to me. Okay, we have more than enough reactions. I said I was going to go for 1 minute, but again, you keep asking questions. I blame you. I blame you. It's not my fault. It's not my time management skills that are on trial here. It's you people asking your questions. All right, let's go ahead and spin this wheel here. It's going to take me just a second. Because I always have to figure out how to do it. Here we go. Good luck. Good luck to everybody. You can get rid of the siege red dot. I will show you how. So come here, go to siege, come down to your reserve team. Just look at your empty reserve team, close it, close this. Siege dot is gone, and the dot is gone. It's annoying. You have to do it every time you log in. So I usually just leave it, but you can get rid of that siege dot. Dino, congrats, buddy. We had a takeover. I'm pretty sure, right? We had a takeover a while. I want to say it was a while ago, though. I know we've been talking. I'm sure you're happy to get that takeover. Did we have a takeover way back when? Let's see. I'm looking through our DMs. We've got hundreds of DMs, buddy. Where was the beginning of all of this? Holy cow. further back, and further back. Okay, so we had one back in April. We had one back in April. Okay. So 6 months? Almost 6 months. Congrats. I got to say, yours is one of the longer DM chains I think I've had with any viewer. And we've got a long history of talking since April. A lot of stuff. That's awesome, dude. Okay, so let's go ahead and add an account here. Yep, send me the code whenever you're ready. I will give you I will try to give you the Oh, you've already got it. Okay. So you can join me in the coaching voice when you're ready as well. Okay, there we go. All right, son, if you are there, I don't know if you're there, buddy, if you can hear me or if you're just kind of, you got me on silent. Well, I'm messaging you. All right, so we are on Dino's account. He is a cluster member. He is part of the Deep Dwarf Squats clan in the Colred Plays clan cluster. These are all my editor, whose name is Sun. Sycophants here. That's what you guys are. You're sycophants. For my editor. No, absolutely. This is a fun clan to be part of and a great bunch of players. So Dino, what are we looking for in your takeover today, my friend? Deep Dwarf Squats. Shooter in the house. Shooter, buddy. Haven't seen you in a while. Q in the house. Hey, Q. Bald is Bootyful for the win. That's another clan in our cluster. That's the newest clan in our cluster, and Q runs it. Hey, Shooter. Okay, so you're thinking either Faction War help or Gear Cleanse. Faction Wars, I would like to get Lydia soon. Okay. Bald people are the best looking poker Danish. I agree. Deep Dwarf Squats. How Colred injured his back. No, technically, that's how I'm rehabbing my back. But, yes. Okay, so we're looking at Faction Wars and maybe a little bit of a Gear Cleanse. So what are we short on? A lot of stuff. We're actually short on almost every faction. But you're certainly progressing, right? Dwarves are 57. Banners are 56. Skinwalker's 52. So as you get up into the higher levels, things get trickier. So I guess what we could do today maybe is we could take a look at the current ones and see how you stand. And then we could maybe take a look at some other factions based just on the champions that you have. Okay. All right, so one thing, let me actually let me just do this. What the heck? Okay. Just get a little bit more screen space there for seeing stuff. So I noticed that you're running all 50s, right? And you are also running all 50s over here, I think. Actually, a 40 and a bunch of 50s. This will have to change for faction crypts. It's not that you can't run some 50s, but there are very few factions I think you could ever complete with all 50s. You could certainly do it if you had crazy god tier gear and a completed Great Hall and all these other things, if you had blessings and stuff. Like, I'm sure somebody could do it with 50s. And some factions are easier than others that maybe you could do with all 50s. As far as levels on champions go, like as far as 5-star versus 6-star for champions go, supports are more likely to be able to get away with being 50. Tanks, healers, revivers, cleansers, even debuffers can get away with being 50 sometimes for some factions, because you can build them tanky and their lack of a 6-star doesn't necessarily prevent them from doing what they need to do. Damage dealers, in the vast majority of cases, unless it's like a poisoner maybe or an HP burner maybe, they have to be 6-stars, right? You have to carry 6-star damage dealers, especially if it's an attack-based damage dealer, because they don't get their stats. They don't get enough of their stats to do their job well at 50. The best built level 50 nuker is not really good enough for taking on the bosses at stage, 21. Like, they're just generally not. They don't help you clear waves at stage 19 and 20 unless they're 6-star. Now, everybody at 6 stars is better than at 5 stars. That's just generally true. But certainly, like, you could run your revivers at 5 stars. So the first thing that I would say is, let's go ahead into your roster. Before we even get to the ones that you're doing for today, let's look for anybody who has a revive. This is the single most important thing for getting 3 stars in every faction. Okay, so you have 25 of them, but obviously there's some dupes here. You may not have them in all the factions, and they may not be like Wukong's a self-reviver. He doesn't revive anybody else, right? Like, Chronum, I think, has a revive, but only if Jamarsa is on the team. So we need revivers in every faction. That's the surest way to get 3 stars all the way up. Now, your revivers can be at level 50. So you've got Ursula here at 50, you've got Rector Drath at 50, you've got Gorgorab at 50, Old Hermit Jorg, Hofaris, Melga. These are all awesome revivers. Even Kinagashi, by the way, this faction is really hard because it's so hard to find a reviver. Kinagashi is the only reliable reviver in this faction anywhere. I think I don't even think they've got a good legendary reviver. Let me check. Who's the legendary reviver in this faction? You have Gamaran, who's got a passive revive, but that's not going to work against the boss because you have to kill somebody in order to revive. Is there one? I don't even think they have one. There is no, I don't think Yoshi doesn't, right? So your best bet for a reviver in this faction is Kinagashi. She's got a single target revive, but that might be all you need. So the good news is you've got a lot of revivers for these factions. So again, go down to other effects. We want positive effects and just look at your revivers. Okay. So let's look at the factions that you have. So you've got High Elves covered with Arbiter. So she should be able to, on your own, carry you pretty much through stage 21. Obviously, you need to put a team around her. Again, do we have a damage dealer who's at 6 stars? All that stuff. We'll figure that out. Scylla the Drake, same thing. She'll carry you all the way through. So you don't need Jamarsa necessarily, right? But since you have a Chronum and you have a Jamarsa, you can run them together with Scylla of the Drakes and probably put any 2 other like champions in there with these, and you'll be able to clear barbarians. An AoE damage dealer wouldn't be bad, right? Because Chronum's basically a boss killer, single target killer. But certainly you could mix them in High Katoon. You have a free High Katoon. If you have her at 50 or 60, that would be enough. And then you could go ahead and mix in a War Maiden if you have her built, or a Soulbond Bowyer, or, you know, you have Loki, right? You have Loki. So if you have Loki at 5 stars, that might be enough. If you have Thor, clearly that's a champion that you would use. He will give you the AoE damage. Chronum gives you the boss killing damage. Those are the 2 damage dealers you need. And then you've got 2 revivers plus High Katoon to speed everybody up. That's done. That's Barbarians done. And that's sort of the model, right? In a lot of these cases, you're looking to use the 60s that you currently have, supplement them with somebody who can handle waves, and then somebody who can handle a boss, and then a reviver. Like, that's just basically it. So one thing you can do here, I don't know if you keep copies for everybody you pull. I do. So when I look at this and I see all of the, you know, highlighted champions, I know I currently own all of these champions. So one thing you can do is you can look for champions that are valuable to build for a lot of places, and then 6-star them and use them in faction crypts in addition to all of those other places. So for instance, out of your epics here, I think you've got 4, potentially 5 very high value epic. I think even 6. You actually have 6 potential epics here to take to 60. I think Stagnite is probably the best epic in this faction. But Ursula is phenomenal as well, and so is Archmage Helmet. These 3 could form the core of a team. Archmage gives you AoE CC. He gives you some increased speed, increased crit rate, increased crit damage. He gives you turn meter fill on his A1. Unfortunately, his aura is an arena, but that's fine. Stagnite gives you decreased defense, decreased attack. He gives you the slow on the A1, which is really usable against the bosses. You've got Ursula, who's got the best AoE revive as an epic in the entire game. This is better than most legendary revives. This is an incredibly good revive. She's also great in Doom Tower. She gives you a 2nd decrease attack. She also gives you an increase attack for everybody else if you needed it. So these 3 champions can provide a core. Again, you can run Ursula at 50. So, you know, do you need Archmage at 60? Maybe not. Do you need Stagnite at 60? Maybe not. You could maybe run all 3 of these at 50, but they're worth 6 stars. So if you add 1 or 2 of these at 6 stars, that would be good. The other 3 champions are a little bit less universally valuable, but are still options for 6 stars. I think the best of the remaining 3 that I'm going to talk about is Lady Annabelle. She is a great Bommel solution. She's a great Scarab Boss solution for Doom Tower. She can solo both of those champions. She also has an AoE decrease speed on 100% chance if you book her out. I'm sorry, it's not it is conditional. I actually didn't realize this. For 2 turns on targets with less than 50% turn meter. They have to have less than 50% turn meter. She has an AoE leech, gives you a lot of survivability. So she's giving you a lot. Plus she has this passive that's just going to keep her alive. She heals herself whenever anybody else dies. She heals herself. She's very, very tanky. She's easy to build tanky. She's got good stats, really good HP pool, decent speed. So if you were building her for Bommel or something, then she's worth a 6-star. If you're not, maybe you could run her at 5 stars because her passive doesn't require her to be 6 stars. Warcaster is the worst of all block damage champs for an unkillable clan boss team, but he's still a viable champion for that. So you can usually use him with a better block damage champion or unkillable champion, like Maneater, like Helicath, like, you know, Roshguard the Tower. and he can create that unkillable clan boss team. So if you happen to have built him already for that, then you could use him here. If you haven't built him for that, don't build him for faction crypts. I wouldn't bother. He's not good. He's not awful, but he's not good enough. I would say, again, if you have him at 50, you use him. And the last one, I think, is Gizcard, who gives you an AoE provoke, gives you an increased defense, which is really nice, and an increased attack, again, if you needed that. He's got some turn meter stuff. He's got a decreased attack on the A1. He's got a nice defensive aura in faction crypts. So if you need survivability, he can do that. So right there, you've got 6 champions that are all viable to take to 6 stars for various reasons. And any of those could help you with this faction. And that's, again, a model for how we would go through every single faction. Now, maybe you have used some of these as chickens and you don't have all of these. Maybe some of them are just sitting at level 1, 4-star, unused. So I'm not saying you're going to have all 6 of those, but you have 6 options to form the core of a faction wars team. Now, I always like to look at rares and uncommons as well, just to see in case there's somebody I might build for another purpose. I do not like the rares in this faction. There are maybe 2 that are, maybe 3 that are usable in a pinch for other things. Probably the most popular one right now is Valerie, because people have built her for the Wixwell team. A budget Wixwell can use Valerie because she gives you this increased duration of all allied buffs by 1 turn on a 3-turn cooldown. So if you have a 6-star Valerie, certainly use her. If you don't have a 6-star Valerie, don't build her for this. Unless you're going to use her in a Wixwell team, do not build her. She's not good for anything else. She's not awful. She's not the worst rare in the world, but she's not like a top 20 rare. She's just, for that one purpose, she's good. And outside of that one purpose, she's about average. And then again, you might check the uncommons in this faction. So uncommons and rares aren't giving you a lot of value here. There's no rare reviver. Sometimes you have a faction where you have a rare reviver. We don't have one here, but we have these 6 epics that you've collected that potentially could bring you value. And then you've got Blade Master and Adolin. Now, I don't like Adeline, whatever her name is. I don't know, Adeline. I don't like her. I think she's a trash legendary. But because you have a 5-star soul on her, maybe you built her. And if you built her, you can certainly use her, right? She's going to give you some stuff. She gives you a heal, which is nice. It's not bad to have a healer. She also gives you a decreased speed and decreased attack on like a boss, both of which are very good boss skills for faction crypts. Those are probably the 2 best boss skills for faction crypts. The third maybe being a block buffs debuff. I think like decreased defense and weaken are nice, but you don't need them for faction crypts. Whereas decreased speed and decreased attack will actually improve your chance of like completing the fight more than I think the other buffs will. So you certainly could use her. Killian is a very nice champion. I wouldn't build him for this purpose, but if you have him built, great. I actually cleared my Banner Lords using Killian at 50. But I had a reviver. I'm trying to remember which reviver I had. I had Ursula. I had Ursula at 6 stars. And so it didn't matter if Killian died once or twice, but he hits decently hard at 50. I know I normally said you don't want a damage dealer at 50, but he does so many other things. He's got a decreased speed, a block active skills. He's got a stun. He's got this weird passive that is just like this weird random. He's Killian the Lucky, like it's a random kind of dice roll thing. He's got 6 or 7. I think it's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he literally like rolls a die and then gives himself 2 out of the 6 buffs, So he's decent at 50. You can certainly use him. If you have Rathalos at 6 stars, which you probably should, I can check your roster. This guy would be the foundation, right? So it's like, all right, let's say we have Rathalos, and then we pick, 4 of these, and we have a level 50 Adeline or a level 50 Killian. That might be enough. But the most important for 3-starring is going to be Ursula. And I know that she's at 50. So if you're going to keep her at 50, you need to build her very well. So let's go take a look at your Ursula. Okay. So right now, first of all, she's a little bit slow. That's not too slow. You could run her at 178 for faction wars. That's fine. But she's not defensive at all. She's got less than 2k defense. She's got what, about 30,000 HP. She's going to fold on you. And then she's not good. Not only does that kill your 3-star, but she's not going to be there to revive anybody. So you have a couple of options here. One is you take her to 6-star, which, by the way, she's absolutely worth a 6-star. She's got this amazing aura for Doom Tower, 24% speed. So if you need a speed lead in Doom Tower, plus she's giving you that decrease attack, plus she's giving you the revive, plus she's giving you the turn meter decrease. Like, she's really good. You've got her mostly booked, which tells me that you thought she was pretty good. Maybe you're, taking your time to level her up. Oh, barbarians are finished. Okay. But so, this is a champion that if you're going to use her anywhere, this is not really the optimal build for her. I understand what you were going for. You wanted some speed. You wanted some accuracy to land her debuffs, right? But we really need her to be a reviver. So I do think that the accuracy matters. I do think that the speed matters. But for instance, this chess piece is overvaluing accuracy. This needs to be HP percentage or defense percentage. Yeah, and that's fair. If you're low on books, you're low on books. This is just looking forward, right? We are looking forward towards, how to do this for every faction. So we're kind of using this as a model for every faction. Here, defense percentage, nice, but this does not have speed or accuracy as a substat. We don't need crit rate, crit damage. So again, one of the things about these champions sometimes is they pull your leftover gear, right? Because you're like, well, I want to build them for faction crypts. And your leftover gear gets you to stage 13 or stage 15 or whatever. And then you run into a wall. And now if you are prioritizing faction crypts, you need to stop using leftover gear and start using good gear. Not your best gear, but good gear. So what we would do here, this is a nice piece. This is a really nice piece. This is perfect for her. It's immortal. That gives her survivability because it gives her HP plus healing. It's got good speed and good HP. It doesn't have accuracy. That's okay. It gives her her most important job. This piece is perfect for. Let's look at this piece. This piece is okay. Gives her defense percentage and HP percentage. Again, you can get that extra speed out of this. You're going to get 14 more speed here when you level this up. So this is a very good match for this. This piece has accuracy. Defense percentage is okay. It double rolled attack. It has no speed. So that's marginal. This, again, is not bad. HP percentage, speed. So it's pretty good. This piece is marginal because it doesn't have speed or accuracy. This piece is probably the worst piece. And then you have to look at these as well. This is okay. This is, even though you've double rolled accuracy here, I would get her out of the crit damage and I would probably put her in defense or HP if you could get it. And so what we're hoping to get here is, I would say, from a stat perspective, let's say we would shoot for like 40k HP and at least 2,000, more like 2.5k defense and probably around 180 speed plus. I think that would be a pretty good stat line for your reviver. Now, one of the things you can do to improve the overall survivability of your team is put one champion or more, if you have it, in shield. And this can actually be a shield set that you make as a universal set and then move from faction to faction to faction, right? So you go into your gear here and we're looking for shield. And we want to build, you could also do this with bolster, by the way. So I don't know if you have any bolster pieces. So let's go here and just look for equipped. Let's see if there's like a good bolster set floating around. So you do have some bolster and you have one on a reviver, like a Faction Wars reviver. So you could potentially make this a global preset. So you know how to do that. If you come in here to the filter, you go to preset manager, you hit this little down button here, and you want to save this as a global preset. So obviously not this set, but make one shield set or one bolster set that would be really good and save it as your Faction Wars bolster, right? And then every day that you're trying to push a new Faction Wars, you just move it over. Will that take up a lot of silver? Absolutely, it will. You can use your free, little coupons, your gear removal coupons from Centranos to do it, regularly. What I would suggest is this. If you use a coupon, what you want to do is you want to try to use it on both Faction Wars of the day, right? And then move it to the next day's team, and so then maybe you only have to pay once out of 4 moves, and then you would repeat that on the 3rd day. So that would be a cheap way to do it. Now, you don't have to do that for every faction. There are going to be some factions you can complete without a bolster set or without a shield set. But a shield set is incredibly valuable in wave content because it refreshes with every wave. It can be a good idea to put a shield set on a 5-star champion like your Reviver who's very tanky, or a support champion who has a decent HP pool. But again, you're going to want a pretty good HP pool. And right now, this is not cutting it at 32. So you're looking for somebody who's got, 40, 50,000, 60,000 HP. So maybe a legendary champion who's 5 stars, who's like an HP champion, because they're going to have a larger health pool than epics anyway. So if I go to a faction, maybe where you're not, let's see, let's just pull up a faction. Let's find a couple of factions. Demon Spawn. Yeah, not really. Undead Hordes, don't. Dark Elves. Okay, so here's one that you could do. Actually, Vizix is she's not a great HP champion, actually. But you can see this scenario. It's let's say you're running one level 50 legendary. If you look at this, actually, I would put it on Painkeeper. You look at her HP pool at level 50, she's got 13,600, and Vizix only has 11,800. Now, if you fully ascended her to 5 stars, she would get more HP, so I think it would be about the same. But my point being, find the level 50 champion with the highest HP pool, put it on them. Now, again, try to make sure that your Vizix would have the accuracy she needs to decrease turn meter, because that's why she's there. Land her AoE slow, land her AoE provoke. That's a really good. Hey, Boozer, I didn't even see you, buddy. Glad to have you back. So find a champion, a level 50 champion with a good HP pool, and at least put one shield set on someone. Make that global preset. You can move that around from faction to faction if you don't have more than one set. And that's going to just help your survivability, and sometimes that's enough. I wouldn't put a shield set on a 6-star damage dealer, but I would, like you've done here, certainly consider Bloodthirst and Lifesteal gear for your damage dealers. And if you happen to be running a level 50 damage dealer, that's fine too. If you're running a level 50, think about that. Think about HP percentage chest plates on some of your damage dealers if they're a little bit weak and you're having trouble keeping them alive. That does, that might knock their damage down 5-10%, maybe a little bit more, but usually it's not a huge hit in damage, and it's a significant bump in survivability. I like that. I'm a consumer first before being a producer. Now, so we've got several tips here, right? We've got build your level 50s tanky. And that means, getting them in. What are the good tank sets? Let's talk about good tank sets. By the way, if you're not using your resilience gear, this is a great gear set for faction war champions. You can flesh out your faction war champions with good resilience pieces. Because first of all, you're probably going to have a ton of 5 and 6-star gear of this type. The set bonuses are inherently tanky. You get both HP and defense, right? And you're going to have high rank and rarities on these. So you can go ahead and start doing that, and then maybe throw the shield set on with a resilient set, or throw an immortal set on with 2 resilient sets. So you get a lot of tankiness, a lot of HP, some defense, and a little bit of healing. So if we're talking about tanky sets, a life set is a tanky set. It's not a great tanky set, but it's certainly where else are you going to put life gear? Life gear is bad gear, but it can increase the survivability of champions. And if you have 5-star speed boots. Do you know what I mean? In this set, I don't know if you do, but yeah, if you have like 5-star speed boots in a tanky set, sometimes that's just a way to get more speed into your faction crypts team. Defense is the same thing. We don't really use this in a lot of places. Again, for chess pieces and gauntlets, we're looking for HP percentage or defense percentage. Flat HP is the best flat stat, right? We don't, I mean, accuracy and resistance are better, but I'm talking about like of all the stats. Like you don't want flat attack and you don't really want flat defense. But if you get flat HP, that's the best of those three. And sometimes the substats are pretty good. Maybe you have a piece sitting around. That's okay to use. Tanky speed stuff is okay if it doesn't have speed substats. Like if you have a piece that's just sitting around, maybe that's like this one. Like it's flat defense. This is 4-star. I would probably sell this piece. But let's say it didn't have a speed substat. Maybe it's got an accuracy substat or an HP percentage substat. This would be an okay piece to use up on a faction crypt champion. Get another crappy speed piece on it, and you're going to get the 12% speed bonus, and that's just okay. I don't, I either do that or I throw out the speed pieces that don't have speed substats. Accuracy is the same. Accuracy can be decent if you just like need some accuracy on a debuffer, but you don't have like good substats. That can be okay. But the tanky ones are life, defense. Sell your resistance. You don't need any resistance. You can sell this set entirely. We're talking about gear cleanse. I'm just going to, unless there's a piece. Yep, all of those are gone. You don't need resistance. Sell all your fury. You don't need fury. Sell all your fury. Sell all your days. You don't need days. And it doesn't matter where you are in the game, unless there's a brilliant off piece. Like if you get like a 6-star crit damage glove with crit rate and speed on it. Yes, you could keep that in a day set. Absolutely, you could keep it in a day set. And use it just as an off piece. You don't care about the set, though. So I generally, unless it's a beautiful piece for some other purpose, I get rid of it. Frenzy's another set. You can sell 100% of this stuff. There are some niche uses for all of these sets, but typically you don't care about those niches until you're much closer to endgame. And you're going to want perfect pieces. I'm talking about 6-star, preferably like epic and legendary or even mythic pieces. And then you could collect like one set and put it on a specific champion for a particular reason. You don't need like 5-star rare gear in these sets at all, ever. Regen is a great defensive set for a tank or a healer, somebody who's already inherently got survivability, not somebody who needs additional stat survivability. This doesn't give you HP. It doesn't give you defense, right? So it's good on somebody who's already got defense and HP. And then like this is a pretty good piece. Unfortunately, most of the other pieces are not so great. Like attack gloves in this set, you don't need at all. You will never need it. You never want flat attack anyway, but you especially don't want it in a tank set. Right? You need HP or defense. This is an awesome piece for the set. This is the best piece I've seen so far. It's got HP percentage, which is the stat you want, because the more your HP, the more that 15% heal is every turn. You want speed and accuracy. Why accuracy? Well, a lot of the champions who you put in this set are either tanks or sometimes damage dealers who damage through like poisons and HP burns. Like Artak goes in a regeneration set. Venom Mage goes in a regeneration set. Speed and accuracy benefit those champions. The faster you go, the more often you heal. The more accurate you are, the more you can land those debuffs. So this is a beautiful piece. I know it's a 5-star rare piece, but it's still perfect for what you need it for, right? This 4-star piece is okay. And then this chess piece, like I would prefer speed or accuracy here, but it's got resistance. It's got defense as a substat, defense percentage. So this is a pretty good piece as well. Immunity is generally not good in the mid game. You can use it every once in a while. It's a little bit better than like the frenzy set, the resistance set. Sometimes a nice immunity set can actually help you in faction wars. So you could collect a few pieces here, but again, boots with flat stats always get sold. So unless this has to be speed first, or attack percentage, defense percentage, or HP percentage. Those are the only 4 stats you keep. All the other ones you throw out. And the attack percentage, defense percentage, and HP percentage, you only keep a very few of those because you're going to put them on damage dealers. And those damage dealers typically need crit rate as a substat and maybe speed as a substat. One of the very, very few exceptions would be like a UDK slow build in Stone Skin, where you'd want them in HP or defense percentage boots with no speed, but you might want accuracy. Shield set we know is good. So that's a great tanky set. Stun can be a highly useful set in Faction Wars. Put this on somebody that has an AoE A1. So all you need is a decent stun set. It doesn't require accuracy unless their kit requires accuracy. The stun set doesn't require accuracy. You'd like them to go fast because if they're too slow, stun doesn't really help you. You need them to go multiple times per wave because it's only an 18% chance to stun. But somebody who has multiple AoEs or an AoE A1 can be very valuable in a stun set. That is also true for a provoke set, except you want this champion to be decently tanky because they're going to take hits. Because provoke doesn't stop the enemy from going. It just means they only use their A1s. So if you have a nice tanky provoke set, you can put that on somebody tanky on your team, an HP-based champion, defensive-based champion. It can be a damagey set. Like you can certainly, still put crit rate and crit damage on this if you wanted. But it's going to have to be somebody that's got like an increased defense or shields or heals themselves or something like that. And, again, somebody who potentially has an AoE A1. So I'm trying to think like Freya, who we just, like if you happen to get Freya, she has an A1 that already has a provoke on it. It's got a 50% chance. You could put her in a provoke set to increase that chance. And she's very tanky. And she's got a massive shield and she's going to be, great in a provoke set. I probably wouldn't build her in a provoke set because if you're building Freya to 6 stars, you're going to want to put her in a more effective set. But my point is somebody like that would work. Avenging, you can sell all of this. This is the kind of piece that I'm talking about. This is a perfect piece, preferably for a defensive-based nuker. So this gets saved. 6-star, legendary, awesome piece. So we're going to hold on to that one. Let's see if there's another one to hold on to. I don't think there is. This could go with it. It's like you're not going to get 4 pieces, but like this piece is not bad. This piece is not bad. Plus speed and accuracy, HP all together. That's not bad. This piece is not bad. This piece actually is not that bad. So we'll leave those 4. But honestly, I personally on my account would sell them anyway because I think of them as trap pieces. Once you roll these pieces, you're going to be stuck with them and you're probably never going to put them on a champion, but you're never going to want to sell them. So honestly, I usually just get rid of my Avenging. Stalwart is a great tanky set. This could go on somebody when you have like a lot of AoEs coming in. So that's really valuable. Usually, again, somebody who's in Stalwart is going to want another champion who's healing them or shielding them or something like that. Reflex is good. Curing, I basically sell 100% of this set. There are some niche uses for this set. I don't care about those personally. I never really use them. So I just enjoy the fact that there's another set I can sell 100% of the gear from, and I never worry about it, but I'll leave those for you to decide. Immortal is a nice tanky set. It gives you HP and healing. Divine Life is a nice tanky set. I usually sell most of mine, but if you have a very good few pieces, like this is a nice piece here. That's a very nice piece. HP percentage. Can you see that behind me? Speed, accuracy, and HP percentage. That's a very good lifesteal set. This gives you a self shield of 15% HP for 3 turns. That shield is small, by the way, but it's, again, like a shield set. It gets refreshed every single round in Faction Wars. Divine Life is a great Faction Wars tanky set. This can go on a healer, a reviver. It could go on a tank. You could even put this on a damage dealer to give them a little bit of extra survivability, especially like an HP-based nuker or defensive-based nuker. So this is a perfect Faction Wars set that after you're into like the middle of the mid game, you will never use anywhere else in the game outside of Secret Rooms of Doom Tower and Faction Wars. Like, and maybe every once in a while in Centranos for the same reason, because those places, like sometimes you just need a champion to live a little bit. And so this is a good set for that. Deflection is actually a pretty good, it's a pretty good set for tankiness. It's like a resilience set, right? So resilience is 2 pieces and it gives you 10 and 10. Deflection is 4 pieces and it gives you 20 and 20. So statistically, it's the same as 2 resilience sets, but it gives you this 25% chance to deflect a debuff onto an attacker, which actually can work against some of the Faction Crypt's bosses. So that's not a bad set, but you need 4 pieces to make it work. And again, this would go on somebody tanky, could go on a Reviver. That would be fine on a Reviver. I think Resilience is a great Faction Wars set. You will occasionally use it outside of Faction Wars on a few champions, but not at endgame. You know, it's a mid-game set. Bloodthirst and Lifesteal, I should have mentioned. I think these are great for Faction Wars damage dealers. I think they can be useful on tanky damage dealers as well. Not defensive based damage deal. I'm not saying that. And I'm not saying tanks. I'm saying if you have a nuker who's a little bit more survivable than other nukers, Rathalos being a great example. He's inherently more tanky than other nukers. Bloodthirst can increase his survivability at the expense of some damage. You're not getting any ignored defense. You're not getting any crit damage. You're not getting any extra things. Like, you'd rather have Savage probably. But if you're dying while in Savage, then you're not doing damage. If you're alive in Bloodthirst, then you are doing damage. Guardian's a great set. This is going to help a lot of teams. I think this is good. Also, this could be... I would not put this on a 5-star Reviver for Faction Wars, because it gives a little bit of ally protection, means some of the damage that everybody else takes will go to your 5-star Reviver. So you don't want your Reviver in Guardian, but you want one other champion on the team in Guardian, right? You could even make a global Guardian set. We were talking about making a global bolster or a global shield set. You could make a global Guardian set and put that on like some random, 6-star from that faction. Maybe somebody that you're not really using who's become like a Vault Guardian or whatever, or just a good tank in that faction. There are champions that you would run in Guardian all the time. This is not just a Faction Wars, gear set. You could certainly use this in high level content. But you probably don't have enough to make like 3 or 4 Guardian sets. So if you have like one decent Guardian set that you can put on, a tank and then make it a global set and then maybe move it around when you need it, that'd be fine. Fortitude is not bad. Actually, it gives you resistance and defense. So it's like you took a resistance set and a defense set and smushed them into one. You're getting those 2 set bonuses. It's not a high value set, but it's not bad for stats. I don't think resistance is terribly important in Faction Wars, except sometimes if you could get a good resistance build, that might help you get through a boss that has a lot of like fears or stuns or something. It might, but usually the amount of resistance you need is higher than you're typically going to put on a Faction Wars champion. Protection and Stone Skin are certainly good choices, but I wouldn't put those on anybody that you weren't building to 6-star and utilizing in other places. I would not use these as Faction Crypt gear sets unless you just had like some random Stone Skin pieces sitting around and you needed like a cleanser to not get feared or stunned against the boss for 2 rounds. Then maybe you could do that. But I actually think the better set to use for that would be the immunity set that we were talking about before, which is way up here. Where is it? No, I don't even know where it is. Immunity. So immunity gives you immunity for 2 turns. Stone Skin can give you immunity for 2 turns, but it takes more pieces, right? Like to get Stone Skin, you need 6 pieces, not 4. And Stone Skin is just more valuable in other places. So you could use it in a pinch if you needed to, but I would generally avoid it. Bolster, I do think, again, if you have, like the best bolster pieces should be on good champions that you use in other places. But if you have sort of some random pieces that you can put together to have a universal set, that's great. Same with Defiant. Defiant is an amazing set, but if you have like 3 and 4-star pieces you want to put on somebody that needs survivability, that's good. Same thing with Righteous. If you have some, 4-star pieces that you want to put on somebody that needs some speed and resistance, that's fine. It's a good speed set. It's not a great resistance set. It's the same as all the resistance sets, but. And then I think all of these last sets I probably wouldn't use. You can certainly throw some random pinpoint or feral pieces on somebody if you needed to. But the Slayer and Merciless sets, those belong on your best damage dealers. The feral and pinpoint, the good pieces belong on your best debuffers. So, that's just a quick rundown of all the sets. I hope that was helpful to people. But yeah, so if we're looking, like here we've got a 6-star Arbiter. She's a reviver. She's got that 2.4k defense, a little bit low, but she's an arena champion. She's a Go First champion. She's got 78,000 HP. She's going to be totally fine running at 255 speed. She's going to keep the high elves alive and whatever. So really, you just need to surround her with a few good pieces. So let's go through the roster right now. Let me see if you have any questions. I haven't checked chat in a while. Any questions so far, Dino? We're doing okay, it looks like. Okay, so now let's just run through the factions and we can kind of see what you got. So let's go ahead. We'll do this. Faction. So we're talking about the Bandit Lords. So you've got Rathalos and Stag Knight. That's the core. I would probably mix them in. Obviously, we want to rebuild Ursula. Get her really tanky so she can be your reviver. And then I think probably you're going to use either Archmage or Chronicler or Lady Annabelle or Killian. You're going to use two of these four, right? Rathalos is all the damage you will ever need. He's too slow right now. You want to get him to 100% crit rate, at least 150 speed. I mean, I would prefer him at 170, 180 or faster, but at least 150 speed with 100% crit rate and say 150% crit damage. Bloodthirst is great. Lifesteal is great. You can also go other damage routes. Remember you have Ursula. If you're having trouble keeping him alive, you've got Lady Annabelle and Chronicler Adolin who will help keep him alive. All of your champions need to run faster. We don't run anybody outside of speed boots anymore, really, unless it's a nuker. And then you could run them in their main percentage with crit damage as a substat. That would be fine. But Adolin should be in speed boots as a main stat. That'll give you 40 to 45 more speed. That gets you over the 150, 160 mark, which is kind of the bare minimum, I would say. Killian is running an attack percentage. He is a damage dealer, but he's level 50. We need him to be fast to land his debuffs. And then if he's a damage dealer, he needs crit rate, right? He needs enough crit rate to be at 100%. So you still need to, this is what we were saying before, you can throw Faction Wars champions. I get that you're not building Killian for anything. You literally don't care about Killian the Lucky. So I'm not criticizing your build. What I'm saying is if you choose to use him in Faction Wars, you can no longer make progress with him in random pieces, right? You can't run him at 119 speed anymore. You've maxed out on the benefit Killian could give you at 119 speed in Relentless. You need to get him into a build that makes sense. In this particular case, you need him to land his decreased speed, to land his block active skills. He needs the accuracy, he needs the speed, and then he needs the survivability. If you can get damage on top of that, great. But if you can't, make sure that you get all of those things, right? So that means not a flat defense piece, although this isn't that bad, but a 5-star HP percentage chest plate, right? If you want crit rate here and you want to get him to 100% crit rate, take it up to 16, preferably with accuracy and speed as substats. Crit damage is great as a, extra stat. But yeah, get into the forge. Start forging up all this extra gear that you might have. All the perception gear needs to be forged. All of the resilience gear needs to be forged if you're going to push your faction crypts, because you need to put and get a little bit friendly with your judgment about good gear from those sets, right? Anything that has HP percentage as a main stat, like a gauntlet or a chest piece, that might just be enough in perception gear. Because you need the HP to stay alive and you need the speed and accuracy from the set bonus. So even if it doesn't have accuracy and speed as a substat or HP as a substat, that's still enough, right? Even if you get, we'll just roll up one. Let's just roll up one. In fact, we're going to do this. We want good perception gear. We want good perception gear for our entire account. You will never run out of a need for this gear. Hopefully that helps. All right, so now we look at this. Right now, I'm going to go through this gear just for people who might be curious about how do you judge whether the gear is going to be useful to you or not. It depends on where you are. Okay, it depends on where you are in the game. But let's look at this. So this, when I'm looking at perception set, there are 4 stats. No. Okay, let's really go to the way I do. There are 3 stats I look for the most. And I typically need 2 of these 3 stats to keep a piece. Speed, accuracy, crit. Those are the 3 stats you need. And typically you need 2 of those 3 stats. Now, there are 4. There are all of the other stats that are percentage stats or like accuracy or resistance are good. So defense percentage, HP percentage, crit damage percentage, and resistance are also all viable stats for specific builds. So for instance, if I had a piece that rolled attack percentage, crit rate percentage, crit damage percentage, I would probably keep that as well, because that could go on a damage dealer who might need a little speed and accuracy to land a debuff, right? But that's still viable. But the best pieces are going to have speed and accuracy, because the set gives you speed and accuracy. So when you're looking for perception, what are you looking for? Speed and accuracy. So we want those as main stats. We want those as substats. We want those in the set bonus. So this is a marginal piece. For where we are in the game, however, it's certainly decent. For a potential Faction Wars champion, it could be an excellent piece. Crit rate is the most important damage stat. Defense is survivability for everybody, especially a 5-star champion. You're getting speed and accuracy from the set bonus. This is a very good Faction Wars piece. It is not a very good piece for the rest of my roster, unless, let's say, it like double rolls into crit rate, in which case maybe it goes on a damage dealer who needs some speed and accuracy. But again, not a beautiful piece, but an okay piece for now. Accuracy as the main stat here can be useful. I would prefer to have speed or HP percentage or defense percentage. Attack percentage is the least valuable stat here, probably, because in most cases, if I need a damage dealer who needs accuracy, I still want crit rate, right? So this accuracy would probably go on a support, like a debuffer, in which case I want speed and HP percentage and defense percentage, maybe even resistance. So this is not a great piece, but we'll keep it for now. Again, this could go on somebody. It's 5 stars. It could go on somebody in a Faction Wars team. Let's look at this one. This is a much better piece. It's not perfect, but it's got speed and HP percentage. Yes, the 4s are low. That's going to happen. But again, for where we are, it's pretty good. If we double roll into speed and 1 into HP or flat HP, this is a nice survivable piece. The worst roll here when I'm rolling this up would be if I hit crit damage, because crit damage is useless on this piece without crit rate, without attack percentage, without those other stats. Like you need crit rate. You don't always need crit damage, right? So if I get 1 roll into crit damage, fine. If I get 2 rolls into crit damage, I'm either reworking this piece or I'm just selling. But this is actually a pretty good piece. This is an okay piece. It's got defense percentage. It's got flat HP. It's got accuracy. This could go on a tanky champion that needs accuracy and defensiveness. Like this could go on your reviver potentially. Doesn't have speed. I would love speed on it, but you get some speed from the set. So again, this for Faction Crypt is good. Outside of Faction Crypt, probably not that good. And again, we want to avoid rolling the crit damage. This piece is perfect. This is the best version of a rare piece you can get in this set. It's got speed. It's got accuracy. It's avoided the low rolls. You don't have a 4 here. You don't have a 9 here. I think the 9 is the low. Maybe 8's the low. I would prefer a 6 or a 7 here on speed, but this is great. This is literally a beautiful piece. This could go on, your Deacon Armstrongs. This could go on your Arbiter, maybe. This could go, you'd prefer Arbiter in the speed set, but this is literally as good as it gets for a rare piece in the perception set. 6 stars. You almost don't care which way it rolls. If it rolls 2 in speed, 2 in accuracy, or 1 in each, you're going to use it. This is awesome. This is really good for an epic. You get all 3 of the best stats that I just named. This is literally a beautiful piece. And even though it's 5 stars, this actually has the 5 and the 11 as well. So we avoided the low rolls, avoided the low roll and crit rate as well. It doesn't matter where this rolls. If this rolls 1 in each or triple rolls something, it doesn't matter. This is a beautiful piece. This is extremely marginal, but could go on a faction crypt team. Remember, I said HP, flat HP is the best flat stat. This has accuracy. This could provide survivability to a debuffer or reviver in faction wars, but that's it. Once you have your faction war teams, this is an instant sell. Marginal, but it's got crit rate, 6 stars. For where you are, I might keep it. This is a sell for everybody all the time, no matter what. Crit damage without crit rate is really marginal, but you have a 6-star gauntlet here with crit damage. You could potentially roll into crit rate and maybe get a few percentage points later on. So that's what I would look to do. You could also mix this in with like a crit damage set, or maybe we were talking about Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst gives you 12% crit damage, crit rate. So this could go on some damage dealer that needs a little bit of accuracy and speed. No 7 on speed rolls? Is that true? Yeah, you might be right. Okay, thank you. Hey, Bront is here. Bront Cat Herder Gaming he's a raid content creator who's been doing Twitch TV, I guess, streaming on Twitch TV for a while, and has decided to try his hand at YouTube. He's building quickly. He got his first 1,000 subs really fast. So Bront Cat Herder, welcome to the stream. Thanks for hanging out. Everybody should go check out his channel. You might like his content. Want to give some love to the other content creators in the channel. There we go. Okay, so I just wanted to give some information there in terms of like how I look at pieces, right? It really depends on where you are in the game, what you're trying to accomplish. But again, you can see that there's a difference between like a good piece for your like long-term use and a good piece for your immediate use in faction wars. So let's go back here and just kind of look through these faction champions. So for Bannerlords, we already said what we had. I think let's go down to High Elves. High Elves, you're in really good shape as well. You definitely have what you need. I would say Neldor, right? Neldor is probably he's one of the best epics in the game, actually. I'm trying to decide if he's the best epic in the faction, and I think he might be. This is an incredibly valuable champion that you could build to 6 stars. If you're going to run him at 5 stars, he's built as a damage dealer. Like he's an attack-based damage dealer, but he's really a debuffer. You get this. This is an AoE decrease speed, and it's got a very high chance to hit, 75% chance per hit. He also has some sustain on this, which is nice. He's got a decrease attack and a decrease accuracy on a 4-hitter, great for bosses. And then he's got 3 random freezes, which is great for waves, plus this chance to freeze if other people freeze. So this is a high value 6-star worthy epic. You might be able to get away using him at 5 stars. Okay. You've got Apothecary, who's going to give you that speed boost. You could probably get away with using him at 5 stars. This might be a champion that I prefer to have him fast. I don't think I would waste a shield set on him, but you could. You have Eris, who is a nice champion, gives you a little bit here. You already have her booked out. So she's also going to give you a little bit of a cleanse. She gives you some speed. She's got an A1. That's her only attack. It does okay damage. But she does counterattack when an ally is attacked on a 1-turn cooldown. So you get a little bit of extra attacks out of her. Royal Huntsman hits hard. You could certainly try using him. I think... No, I was going to say... he's got that AoE decreased defense. That's pretty nice. Yannicka is a fairly survivable damage dealer because of her perfect veil. She also gives you a leech. So you could use her as a 5-star damage dealer. You certainly could. I like Tayrell as a decreased defense champion, and he's nice and tanky. He's easy to build tanky. This is a champion who, because she's fully booked, you could certainly use. What I would do is not use her as a damage dealer. I wouldn't do that. You do want to get her to 100% crit rate, because you get an extra attack here, and I think you get an extra attack. No, never mind. Maybe you don't even need 100% crit rate. 70% crit rate would probably be more than enough on her. Put her in a stun set. She's got 2 AoEs. Put her in a stun set. That's going to help you with survivability. You could certainly build some other champions. You need Ilsinia at 50 and fully ascended in order to fuse her into Lady Mikage. She gives you a block debuffs. No, she removes. She gives you block buffs. No, what? Yeah, okay. She gives you block buffs for enemies. I don't know how else to give you. She also gives you a shield and a strengthen, which really increases your survivability. She could be your shield set champion at 50. And you have to take her to 50 to fuse her anyway. So that's not a waste. Let her get you all the way through, and then you can go ahead and fuse her later. Reliquary Tender is another reviver. She's a rare reviver. You could certainly add her to the mix. Although you already have 2 arbiters, I would probably just run the second arbiter, honestly, if you needed any more revive. So the issue here, I think, is going to be having enough damage. You don't really have a damage deal. Like, you have 2 good damage dealers who are worth 6 stars, but you haven't built one to 6 stars. So, down the line, I might even build Neldor to 6 stars before I built either one of these to 6 star. I might. It just depends on like who you have books for. If you have a need for one of these champions, they're maybe better in specific places. But I think Neldor is the more all-around usable champion. He's also the cheaper champion to build. So I would take Neldor to 60 and then put Elhain in a stun set. And I think I would go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then find what else you need. If you need the 100% decreased defense, you need critical on him to do that, or you could go with Tyrell. If you wanted additional survivability or insurance for revives, I would bring your second arbiter. Don't cheat with the 7 speed roll. Sorry. It's those hidden content creator perks. When you're not in the content creator program, like I am not, right? They want to entice you to stick around. And so they throw you some RNG, your way. You roll things like bonus. You get bonus Freyas. You get bonus Freyas like I do. That's what they do. Yeah. Someone's going to take me seriously. Whatever. You should never take me seriously. Okay. We'll just keep working through this, and you can take take what you will out of it. Let's go to Sacred Order. Sacred Order's a little bit lacking here. You definitely have 2 legendaries who are worth considering. Sir Nicholas is an unkillable champ, right? So he actually can be used in an unkillable clan boss team. So if you're going to use him for that, then he would be a natural 6 star that would then give you a good foundation, because he hits decently hard. He's got a shield. It's not actually a huge shield. He's got this A1 freeze. He's got a pretty good kit, the continuous heals and unkillable buff. That's pretty good for faction wars. So if you're going to build him for an unkillable team, Constantine is a decent damage dealer as well. I don't actually know this champion as well as I know Sir Nicholas. I have a Sir Nicholas. I don't have a Constantine. Looks like he ignores some stuff, some defense. So he could be a damage dealer. As far as the other champions are concerned, I think, Deacon is awesome. I would consider taking Sanguinia to 6 stars. I've recently learned this year about this champion. She's absolutely fantastic. She has a triple hitter on her A1. She has a block debuffs and a continuous heal on her A2 on a 3-turn cooldown. And then she has a cleanse on a 4-turn cooldown where she takes all of the buffs of everybody. And then she transfers the debuffs from this champion to your target. So you could take all the poisons that the dragon drops on you and then throw them back and drop them on the dragon, plus cleanse your team. So she's incredibly good. She's easy to build tanky. She could certainly go in a shield set if you wanted her to. You don't need to have the accuracy on her. She'll still do the cleanse without the accuracy. But if you want to put accuracy on her, then you can drop those debuffs on the enemy. So I think these are 2 key champions. Mordecai is a great AoE HP burner for the epic rarity. He's probably the second best one. I think Skrank is the best one. You don't have to necessarily have him at 60, but he's squishy. He's hard to keep alive at 50. So if you were going to run him up to 60, he gives you turn meter fill, turn meter decrease. He gives you HP burns and increase attack. He gives you another turn meter decrease on his A1. So great utility. So you can certainly build him. I think Anchor Rate's another champion people build, especially if you're going for a Wixwell team. Otherwise, I don't love anybody. I don't really love Romero. I don't love Relic Keeper. You could use Relic Keeper. I do love Athel. She's already booked. She's a rare who's worth a 6-star. You could use her in a stun set, but you don't have to. You could make her a damage dealer. Maybe put her in a Bloodthirst or Lifesteal set if you don't have a way to keep her alive. She is the tankiest of the starter champions. She's got pretty good base defense, pretty good base HP, and she also has this this thing here where if she has less than 50% HP and she does her A3, she gets a smaller increased defense, so she has some inherent tankiness. She gives you an aura of, if you wanted to use the HP battles, you'll probably use Deacon's speed. You could put her in a stun set. You could put her in a Bloodthirst set. She's going to give you enough damage to handle most of the things. That A1 weaken is going to help you with the bosses. So she's absolutely fantastic and worth a 6-star. So if you just, if you have chickens but you don't have books, level her up. Otherwise, you're probably going to be waiting for a while. I don't love any of the other champions. So I think, let's say you did this. If you 6-star Nicholas, Sanguinia, and Athel, like if you 6-star those 4 champions, you take in Deacon Armstrong, and you just bring in another 50 who's kind of tanky, maybe just Constantine, just relatively tanky. That should be enough. That should get through it. With those 4 60s. Now, if you didn't 60 those, I would say Sanguinia is the last one at 60, right? Because she could be tanky enough as 50. So you could bring her in as 50. But I think Athel and Sir Nicholas realistically probably need to be 60. Maybe you could get away with 50. Hey, Sauce, good to see you. They might think I'm Stu Gaming in glasses. No, I did not see that. I like that you call your own joke very funny, though. I appreciate that. Okay, let's keep going. We're going to do about 10 more minutes of this, and then we're probably going to end this takeover. Barbs are done. Ogren. This guy is a reviver. Gear Grinder is a reviver. So if you don't have a better reviver in the faction, you can certainly take him up to 50 and make him decently tanky. And he has a single target revive, but it's a decent one. It's on a 5-turn cooldown, 50% and 50%, which is not bad. He's also a healer, and he gets continuous heals. In fact, on this, if the attack is critical, I usually don't build him with 100% crit rate, but you'll get an occasional continuous heal as well. You can keep him alive. He's decent to keep alive. He is void affinity, so he doesn't take any strong hits. And so this is a good option here. I love Bellower. I think you want him in a stun set. You've got him in a stun set, but remember, you want speed boots if you can get them. You want speed on him. He doesn't need accuracy to land those, but he's got a lot of debuffs in his kit, so you probably want accuracy on him as well. He's got your speed aura for faction crypts. Rush is a good support, gives you some heals. I like Wuzgar, by the way. He actually has some self-sustain. He's a tanky damage dealer. He gives reflect damage and shield to himself. So he could be kind of interesting. Urgrim is great. He's a great support champion that also is a good boss killer because he drops a lot of poisons, but he also has a single target cleanse with a nice heal. You don't probably have enough without over investing here. Like, I wouldn't take up, like, Cloud's not bad. Grunch is Grimskin. Cloud's not bad. You could take him up, I guess. He's got increased speed. He's got a shield. He's got this heal, this passive heal, which is nice. So yeah, you could take Cloud to 50. You could take Gear Grinder to 50. And then maybe take Bellower to 60. And Wizguard to 50. And that would probably get you further, but eventually you need to land a legendary or like a top epic in this faction to get another 60. I think your best 60, honestly, is Bellower. After that, maybe your second best is either Uragrim or Woosguard, depending on what you're trying to do. Deacon is a boss. Okay, let's go back to this. Lizardman, you're good here. You have what you need. You have more than what you need. You have lots of options, actually. Venomage is a beautiful 6-star that will help you in many places, including against Amius, the Lunar Archon, in Centranos. This is an almost must build for this faction. She is the best epic in this faction, I think, by a substantial way. There are some new contenders like Slixis, who's actually pretty good as well as a damage dealer. But I think she is the best epic in this faction, and I'm not sure it's that close. You take her to 60, you take Razin to 60, you take Broadmaw to 50, you take Broodlord to 50, and you can probably throw in any other champion, maybe just Roxum. You could bring Delaja up to 50. You could bring Aox up to 50. You could bring Slixis up to 60, because he's a damage dealer. This would give you some pretty good utility damage dealers. So you get the AoE with increased crit rate, increased crit damage. You get the stun on the A1. You get this like stacking crit damage thing. This is your hard-hitting void nuker in this faction. I certainly would consider it. But Broodlord gives you nice defense in all battles, gives you an ally protection and a shield, gives you provoke, decreased speed, stun, and it's an AoE stun, which is incredibly valuable. It's not 100% chance, it's 50% chance, but it's really good. So this is a nice tanky frontliner. You mix that in with, these champions. All these champions are extremely survivable. So only Slixis would be squishy. And then you've got Broadmaw, who's actually got a 2 random ally revive, and that's going to bring your Slixis back. That's probably what I would go with. But again, if you don't want to build Slixis, I would probably go with either Roxum or maybe take Delaja to 50. Drake is not awful as a damage dealer. You could certainly take Jareg to 60. He is a very good ally protector, increased defense champion, decreased attack on the A1, continuous heals. Lots of value out of Jareg, but usually you only build Jareg if you want that ally protection for clan boss. You could try him at 50 though. You could try him at 50 if you wanted to stick with the really tanky team. Take Broodlord up to 50, Broadmaw to 50, at least Venomage to 60, maybe Razin to 60, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's really tanky. That could probably do it without Slixis. You might lack for damage a little bit, but the good news is you have a decreased defense here and weaken on the same skill on Razin. And then you've got Venomage, who's just got all the poisons and the poison activation and the heal and reduction. And like, she's so good. She's so incredibly good. If you build her, I highly recommend going Regen and Immortal here. You could go Regen with Perception. You could go Guardian with Perception if you wanted. But I would probably, if I were going to do a Guardian set, I would probably do Guardian set on a Razin. Don't put Guardian on Jareg. Jareg is already giving you ally protection. You could put Bolster on Jareg. That wouldn't be bad. You could put a Bolster set on Jareg. But if you're going to go with Guardian, I would probably go with either Venomage or Razin. Or Broodlord. Oh, Broodlord's in Guardian. There you go. Okay. Let's go to the next faction. Skinwalkers. You're good here. Hofreeze is your reviver. That's all you need. You have Sun Wukong at 60. I mean, Great Hoof is actually, since the buff, she's a lot better. She gives you a lot of nice utility. You got the turn meter fill here, the block debuffs, and increased accuracy on all allies. So this is a very good champion. You could run her at 50, though. You could definitely run her at 50. She would be a champion to consider putting it in a shield set or a bolster set. You got the AoE nuker here. She's got, let's see, attacks all enemies, increased crit rate, increased crit buff. She places a hex. Where does she place the hex? Here. She has the AoE hex, increased accuracy, chance of fear. So she's got some utility there. Hey, C. Christie, welcome to the Barbarian. Hey, son, the horde grows. That's awesome. New members are always welcome. We're excited about that. But Hofreeze is probably the single most important epic, or maybe even champion. I mean, but definitely epic for this faction for 3-starring all the way up. If you want, you can build Fane for this faction as well. She needs to be 6 stars. She's super squishy. You want to build her with an HP chest plate as least, but she gives you a ton of debuffs. She's great for clan boss. But I think realistically, probably Hofuri's at 50. Great Hoofloriaka at 50. Sun Wukong for your buff strip and your damage at 60. And I would probably just throw in, I'd probably throw in Bamboos at 50. I mean, he's a support. He's going to be a little bit tankier. Maybe get him in the shield set. He's actually got more HP than Loriaka, it looks like. So put Bamboos in the shield set. And then, figure out who the other champion needs to be. Maybe it's Cleopteryx. Maybe it's Weregrin Suncursed. I probably wouldn't. I hate him. I think he's awful. Maybe it's a Fane at 60. Kind of depends. But I would think about that. And I think that's probably enough. You're probably good to go here with the champions you have. You just need to maybe build them out for faction crypts and you should be good. Orcs. Yeah, you're golden here as well, I think. I actually cleared my Orcs faction with Gaelic at 50. I did. I put him in lifesteal and he was enough. Like he survived enough. You have 2 Artax. This is insane. And you have one of them in Cursed. So these 2 champions will do most of the work for you. You've got your Old Hermit Jorg for your 2 random revive. This is enough to get you that 3-star probably all the way through. Champions I would think about, I would consider Trumbor. Trumbor is actually really great. It's got a weaken on his A1 plus a leech. It's got an AoE that removes debuffs from all allies. So it's a mini cleanse. Then you've got an ally protection with an increased defense on this champion, which is important for survivability. And then you've also got this passive, which is pretty cool. So I like Trumbor. I actually think Trumbor is pretty decent. You could probably run him at 5 stars. An ally protector at 5 stars, like Jareg, we were talking about, is a little bit tricky. So make sure you have a shield set, maybe a guardian set on somebody else to help him survive. And then, Old Hermit Jorg, again, tanky for your reviver, and you're good to go. I also like Crayola Witch Arm and Tila Gourmain. Both are usable. You have an ally attack here. Where is it? This is the ally attack. You've got the increased attack, increased crit rate with the AoE. So she's a decent damage dealer. You don't need damage on the team. If you got 2 Artax, you're totally fine. You've got an AoE HP burn here. Wait, actually there. And then here is increasing the duration with the leech. So yeah, I mean, both of these champions can be used, but again, you don't really need them. I would just say go boom, 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 and then maybe him at 50. And even, Gaelic, like I said, at 50 and lifesteal would be enough. I don't love Ultimate Gaelic, but if do you have one that's booked, one that's fully booked, you could probably use him as well. Again, probably in lifesteal gear. He needs accuracy to land his HP burns and all that stuff. His conditional stuff is annoying. But he might be a little bit tankier than this Gaelic. Like his HP and defense is just a little bit higher. He's a little bit slower, it looks like. But so you could maybe use him. Let's see, Demon Spawn. You're good. I would probably build Fellhound to 6 stars. And then I think you could run Drexthar, Allure, maybe Fellhound, Magnar, or you could run Candrafon. But you do probably need a Reviver in this faction, and that's Dur the Hungerer, so you're good. Take Dur to 5 stars. Guardian set could be okay, but again, remember, putting your 5-star Reviver in Guardian set puts them at risk, right? Because they're acting as an ally protector. So I might put Drexthar in the Guardian set. Or you could potentially put, somebody else in the Guardian set. But I think, Magnar as an HP-based damage dealer is going to be survivable enough in the regular gear, but I would definitely get him to 100% crit rate. You want him to hit hard, or maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter. Because Drexthar is going to be enough, basically on his own. Fellhound's going to be a bonus. But Dur is going to give you those 3 stars. So this is the champion to take to 5 stars, get to level 50, build nice and tanky, and that's your Reviver. So you're fine here. You should get this done. As soon as you start focusing on this, you should get this done. That's one of the easier ones we've seen. This is okay. You've got Gorgorab, which is, I think, your key. So Gorgorab gives you that AoE revive. He's one of the best. After Ursula, he's probably the best epic reviver. At least AoE reviver, right? Because you actually get a full team AoE revive. He's also got turn meter fill and increase attack. Plus he's got the speed in arena. So he's a great arena lead. You could use him as like maybe like a third lead in 3v3 arena or something for a while. But if you want to leave him at 50, you can. That's certainly viable. You've got Vogoth, so she's giving you. He's giving you protection. You've got Husk, who's worth a 6-star for Hydra. Gives you an enemy max HP. Gives you an AOE stun. Gives you a single target provoke. Again, the AOE stun I think is. Oh, it looks like it's 60% chance. That's actually, I thought it was a 50% chance. So that's a pretty nice chance of stun. I would not use Frozen Banshee. Even at 50, she's too squishy. You could certainly take Doom Screech up to 50. You get the increased defense and the turn meter fill. He's a little bit tankier. You could certainly take Seducer up to 50. He gives you a decreased attack AoE, which is really nice. He gives you increased defense and a block debuffs for 2 turns. It's on a 4-turn cooldown, but this can be a very valuable skill against bosses. So certainly don't sleep on Seducer. He's also Void Affinity, so he doesn't take, those strong hits. He's got an ally protection. Only if Temptress is on the team. I wouldn't bring Temptress. You actually don't want him to use his ally protect in most cases. But I think he's certainly viable at 50. So you're close here. The problem is I don't know if you're going to have to probably take Husk to 60 realistically to do this. And I don't know about Vogoth at 50. With Gorgorab, you get a lot of insurance and he can be built really tanky at 50. But potentially you might think about taking him to 60. So if you had Husk and Gorgorab at 60, and let's say you had Vogoth, Seducer, and Doom Screech at 50, that would be really tanky, and Husk should be enough damage. So I actually think that's really nice. So I think you're okay here. You could potentially get this done with what you've got. Maybe you get lucky and you pull, an Undead Hordes legendary. There is an issue here with this faction. They are extremely difficult. I forget if it's like stage 20 or 19. There are some really hard stages. And without like 100% CC or without buff strips, you might be in trouble. Husk gives you that AoE stun. Vogoth gives you that AoE provoke. They might be enough. If you're fast enough and accurate enough, they might be enough to prevent some of those waves from messing with you at stages 19, 20, whatever it happens to be. This is one of the hardest factions to complete. You may need something that you don't have. I don't know, but what I suggested, I think that'll get you pretty far. Dark Elves. Yeah, I think you're pretty close to enough here. The issue is the Reviver, right? The only Reviver I think you have here is Fang Cleric. You could certainly bring him up to 50. I would probably do that. I would probably bring him up to 50. Sylar is beautiful for this faction. She is a perfect faction crypt champion. She's got an AoE A1. She's got an AoE A2. She's got a decreased accuracy. She's got a decreased speed. She's got a turn meter decrease of 40% on a 4-turn cooldown. You put her in a stun set with accuracy and speed. She will be all of the crowd control you need, but you also have visits. Who's got an AoE slow? Who's got an AoE provoke? These two champions together give you everything you need to control the waves. But again, Sylar in a stun set to give you a little bit of added protection. Because Vizix, when she's got her ally protect up, which comes from her A2, she can die. She can die. So I think what I would probably do is I would probably run Kale, Vizix, Sylar, Fang Cleric, and then either Coldheart, Painkeeper, or Spirit Host, depending on the stage, right? Coldheart's going to give you the most damage. Painkeeper gives you more healing and survivability and resets your cooldowns. And then Spirit Host gives you that cleanse and that block debuffs, which is incredibly valuable as well. You can probably run these two at 50 your Cold Heart should be 60. Like, she should be a priority. You've already got her booked. Get her to 60. But these two you can probably run at 50 if you run them tanky enough. Yeah, as far as shield sets are concerned, it's a little bit tricky. I might like put a Guardian set on Painkeeper or a bolster set on Painkeeper, because that would help keep Vizix alive. And I think that's the thing that's going to be the problem. If Vizix dies, the team gets wonky. You've only got a single target revive. I guess you could put Fang Cleric in potentially in like a shield set, a bolster set, or I wouldn't put him in a Guardian set at 50. He's actually relatively squishy for a support. I don't think he's that tanky. Even at 50, you're going to have trouble keeping him alive. So if you're going to put him in anything to increase survivability, it would be a shield set. Or like you could put Divine Life on him and put a shield set on somebody else. Knights Revenant. She deserves to be a 6-star anyway. And she's going to provide the backbone of this team. She gives you a decreased attack on her A1. She gives you heals and perfect veils for your whole team, including herself, which is kind of insane. She gives you a single target revive. It's a very good single target revive. She gives you additional heals and veils off of the passive. She deserves to be a 6-star. She's going to be the cornerstone of this team. Outside of that, you could certainly 6-star Renegade or Sinesha. You could probably run them both at 5 stars. Sinesha should be in a stun set. She's got an AoE A1. She's got good skills. You want her to have accuracy for this lockout because she can lock out people. She's a healer as well. So this combo of these two is going to give you a lot of survivability. I like Longsword Torix. He gives you an increased defense. It's a lesser increased defense. He gives you an AoE provoke. He's got a leech, and he's got this black damage on himself, makes him very survivable. You could make him your tank. So you maybe could run him at 50. Maybe put him at 50 in a bolster set. That might not be bad. Get enough accuracy to land his debuffs. I don't really love Thylicia, but you have a 5-star soul on her, so you could use her. She does have an AoE on her A2 and A3. You could put her in a sunset. 2 AoEs is not as good as an AoE A1, I think, but it's pretty darn good. And again, make sure that you have, that accuracy for the decreased defense. It's not 100% chance. This is why I don't like her. This should be 100% chance. Or it should have more buff chance in the books or something. But she's not bad. I just don't like her. So maybe Thylicia, Rector Drath, Sinesha, Longsword Torix, and then either Renegade or Calvalax. Calvalax gives you a nice speed aura, but you don't necessarily need the speed aura. Like you could go with the defensive aura, or you could go with an HP aura. Both would be fine. I think that's fine. I don't. This is another tough faction. Kind of like Undead, you're going to struggle with the upper stages of this, and I don't know that you have enough. That you have enough. But Rector Drath gives you so much security. She gives you so much security. It's kind of crazy. And I think the combo of Sinesha and Rector Drath is really going to be good for you. I did it. Okay. And we're almost done. We got a few more factions. Dwarves. We're down to the last 3. Dwarves. You're good. You don't need anything. This you should finish off. Melga's your reviver. You've got her in bolster. That's beautiful. She is super slow. You want to get her some speed. Get her speed in any way you can, but get her speed. You don't necessarily need the immortal on her. Maybe get her speed set with some speed substats. Get her up to at least 150, 160. That's kind of a bare minimum that you need her, your reviver at. She's worth books, by the way. She needs a lot of them, but she is worth the books, I think. This is another champion that I've become a big fan of in the last year. I think she's underrated criminally. This A2 is incredibly powerful. Her revive is very good, and her A1 lands way more often than you think it will when it's booked. She's got a 70% chance of removing one random debuff from a random ally. That can be activated on counterattacks and ally attacks and her own attacks. So it's just one random debuff, but sometimes that cleanses a stun or a fear or something that would otherwise lock a champion out, and it could be highly useful. She is awesome. RKD is awesome. Geomancer is awesome. Morag is awesome. Fire Gun is awesome. Bilja is very good as well. I know people who love Rugnor. I know people who love Canelia. You've got everything you need along with Mountain King to go ahead and clear this out. But the key is going to be, your Geomancer, your Mountain King, and your Melga. So decide who you want to mix in with that. Because that is such a tanky team, I would say probably Morag and Runekeeper. Runekeeper gives you an AoE cleanse with a nice heal. He does give you a large turn meter fill with an increased attack, which nobody will use. Not one champion on the team, including Runekeeper, will use the increased attack. But that turn meter fill makes the skill worth it anyway. He's also got a leech on his A1 if you have a little accuracy on him. But so he's your cleanser. Between these two, you've got two healers. You've got your strengthen right here. You've got, every survivability that you need. You've got your reflect damage. This is an easy one. You're good to go here. Shadowkin, you're probably good here too, although this is going to be a little bit different and you're going to have to swap in and out your champions. Kinagashi is your reviver. So again, survivability. I like the regen set. I don't think that's bad. If she was fast enough, get her out of these attack percentage boots. Speed boots preferably, right? Again, we're looking for that 150, 160 speed minimum. You want a 3-to-2 speed ratio. That's what you would like. You would like a 2-to-1 speed ratio, but if you can't get that, you want a 3-to-2 speed ratio. So you're talking about realistically 160 speed. That's really where you want to be. Maybe with a speed aura, you can get away with a little less. Maybe with some turn meter fill from somebody, you can get away with a little bit less. Burangiri and Toragi the Frog give you so much, even at 50. So, you've got the ally protect here. The ally protect here. You got the shield, the reflect damage. You've got an AoE provoke. You've got a decrease attack on your A1. You've got poisons when he gets hit. He's great for keeping your team alive, keeping your bosses dying. You've got Burangiri. He gives you a provoke on his A1. He gives you an AoE stun, which is even better than the AoE provoke. He gives you an AoE strengthen. Again, that survivability plus a shield. It is conditional. And then he heals himself by 50% whenever an ally dies. So if an ally dies, he's going to get a nice big heal, and then hopefully you can bring that ally back with Kinagashi. You've got Genbo for damage. You've got Ninja for damage. Genbo will help with the waves. Ninja gives you an AoE freeze for the waves plus boss killing. These 5 champions are enough to clear Shadowkin. If you need to take somebody out, it might be that Toragi is dying. You could take him to 6 stars. You could book him out if you wanted. But maybe you need to take Toragi out. You could try Odachi. He's got a block debuff buff, which is really nice. So we don't have that elsewhere. He's also going to give you a shield on, it's just on himself. He's giving you a provoke, but he also gives you, this block debuffs and an increased defense. So you could potentially mix him in. You could throw Gentoro in the mix as well. At 50, he's not going to be as good as if he were at 60. But I think you're probably fine with just these 5, even where they are. But if you needed to, I would say take either Toragi or Burangiri to 60. That's going to help. That strengthen is huge. That AoE stun is huge for Burangiri. So again, tanky. Somebody, Burangiri in a Guardian set. That's what I would do. I would put Burangiri in a Guardian set, get him out of this regen, put him in the Guardian set, because that will help keep Toragi the Frog alive when his ally protection is up. Plus, it's going to give him regen, right? So that's really good. You could also put Burangiri in a shield set instead, or a bolster set instead. I would do that. If you have bolster, that's great. If you have Guardian, that's great. Shield would be the third option. Shield would be after bolster. Okay. So you're really good there. And then Sylvan Watchers is the last one. You're okay here. I feel like you're missing something. But you do have some decent options. Claydon obviously is very good. She's got an AoE decreased speed, which is really nice. And a heal, which is really nice. She also has the cleanse, block debuffs, and a revive on death. So this is not a reviver, but this may be enough. This may be enough. She gives you a lot. She gives you a whole lot. Mist Rider gives you an AoE decreased defense, and he actually hits really hard, but you don't have him at 60, so he's not going to hit really hard. And he's squishy. So that's potentially a problem there. I like Diana Gloompiercer quite a bit as well. She's got an ally attack. She gives you a decreased defense. So, you could take her up to 60. You could take him up to 60. Those are sort of your 2 damage dealer options. Pan is not bad either at 60. He's kind of a budget option for Fire Knight hard mode. Gives you freezes on his A1s. Gives you an increased attack and an increased speed on himself on this AoE. Yeah, he's not bad. Oh, he does place a boss weaken. That's pretty good. Okay. So, I think Pan or Mist Rider or Diana, probably one of them probably has to come up to 6 stars. Wyronin is a good faction wars support. She's not a good support. She's a good faction wars support. Don't build her past 50, but she gives you the same skill that High Katoon and Apothecary have, but it's on a 4-turn cooldown. Like, they both have it on a 3-turn cooldown. She has it on a 4-turn cooldown. All right, so that's not bad for faction wars, but you wouldn't build her for outside of faction wars. She does have a decreased attack on a decent chance here, which is useful against boss fights. And then she does have a revive as well. I think maybe just for the revive alone, she's worth the 50. With Claydna and Wyronin, you probably have enough to 3-star most things. If they're both at 50, I don't know. Maybe. But then I think, you're talking about Myceliac Priest Ornn is a very good champion. He can be nice and tanky. You can maybe run him at 50, maybe run him at 60. That's your call. I don't love Lockwayne. I actually think he's pretty meh. I don't love End of Moonbeam. He's okay. What I would like to see, actually, in this faction is if you pull the Tree Shield Knot, that would be helpful. You could potentially run up one of the rares. I like Shadowbow Turlock quite a bit. He's got that decreased attack, the increased speed on the AoE, and then he's got a Veil. Plus, he puts a shield on all allies. He's relatively tanky too for a rare. You could use Pathfinder Kate. I would love to see Ruella here. She would be awesome. I would love to see somebody else, but I do think Myceliac, Priest Ornn, Claydna, and Wyronin form a pretty tanky core with 2 revive options, a revive on death and an actual revive. That's going to get you pretty far, and then you can decide what to add to that, whether you want to go, Mist Rider, Pan, Diana, or somebody else. You like the 2 times Dathi? I built this champion to 6 stars. I liked him for a while, and then I realized I think that his kit is a little bit too limited. He's got this extra turn mechanic, which is kind of cool. So got an extra turn here. He has a chance of an extra turn here. You can put him in Relentless. He's got the AoE decreased defense. He's got the extra turn on all 3. So he can be fun when he pops off. He can go again and again and again and again. It's kind of like what's her face, Whisper, but he's not nearly as good as she is. And so I like him, but I don't love him. I definitely think he's interesting. He can provide value to accounts in certain places at certain times. But if you never built your Dathi to 6 stars, I don't think you would miss this. Like, I would probably lean towards Pan or Diana. Pan, to me, feels... I don't actually love him either. I think he's good. But he's sort of a desperation move for Fire Knight hard mode, I think. I actually like Diana the best. I think she is a viable arena main, like a main arena nuker for gold 5. She's going to give the crit rate and crit damage buff on herself before attacking AoE. And if she kills anybody, she puts a veil on herself. This skill alone, this is like a Genbo skill, but she doesn't ignore unkillable. I think she's just, but her damage is comparable to Genbo. So I think she's basically the new Genbo. And Genbo's god tier as far as epics are concerned. She also has a decreased defense on her A1. She's got the ally attack on her A2. So I think she's like a slightly more PvE focused Genbo who can still be your main arena nuker. I think she is a top 10 epic. That's my feeling currently, is that she's a top 10 epic in the game. She was really cool. When I saw her, I was like, she actually, for some people, is going to be a great consolation prize. I forget which, was she the Thor fusion? She was the Thor fusion. Yeah, Gloom Piercer is a cool name. This is one of the hardest hitting epic skills in the game. It is. It's a little, I think based on the multipliers that I saw, it should be weaker than Genbo's, but based on testing, HH says it's harder hitting than like Genbo. I'm not actually sure how accurate that is. It may be that Genbo hasn't been reassessed recently. I don't know, but she's comparable to Genbo. The difference is small. So she might be a little bit stronger or a little bit weaker. I think the fact that she doesn't ignore Unkillable probably gives Genbo the edge. But again, Genbo's not awesome in PvE. He's okay in PvE. I actually think she's got a very good PvE kit. Like she's going to be a lot better into bosses. She's going to be way better into bosses than Genbo is. This decreased defense and especially this ally attack. And then if the target is under decreased defense, these attacks will ignore 20% of the target's defense. That's huge. I think she is an all-around beast. And if you have a copy of her, I think this is probably... Let's take a look at the faction, because honestly, this faction is stacked. The epics in this faction are kind of crazy good. I mean, you've got Cryodan, Dathi, Ornn, Ruella, Naya, Diana. I mean, these are all top tier epics. So is she the best epic in the faction now? Prior to this, I would have said Ruella is the best epic in the faction. I think she's got the triple hitter with decreased turn meter. She's got decreased defense, weaken, and decreased speed on a triple hitter. It's a single target. It's a great boss skill. And then she's got a turn meter fill with 30% increase crit rate on all allies on a 3-turn cooldown. The accuracy aura. I don't know that Diana is better than Ruella. I think these are the two best, though. And I think probably the third best would be maybe Naya and then Cryodan. I think those are the top 4. I don't know who would be the 5th. Maybe Dathi, maybe Ornn. Probably that's sort of the order I would take. But in terms of the like pantheon of epics, I actually think Diana, Ruella, and Naya are all like top 25 epics. Do you know what I mean? Like I think maybe top like 15 epic. Naya's a bit more niche, but she's literally the only, I think she's the only void epic in the game who gives ally protection. I know she's the only epic in the game who gives ally protection with the strengthen. This is the lesser strengthen. She's also the only epic in the game that has an AoE with a decreased speed on the A1. There are like Sylar has it on an A2, I think, or an A3. And then this reset skill is kind of crazily powerful too. She's got a really cool kit. She's a little tricky to keep alive. But she's crazy good. I would definitely say, I feel very comfortable saying Ruella, Diana, Naya, and Cryodan are the top 4 in this faction. Yeah, and some of the best rares. Some of the best rares in the game. I think Not is honestly, I think he's a top 5 rare in the game. I think he's crazy good. He's crazy good. Triple hit with a decreased attack. Nice heal with an increased defense. And then 2 random ally revive. I think he's the only rare with a 2 ally revive. Plus he's got faction crit speed of 15%, which is a nice percentage. I think he's a top 5. Like I think after Apothecary and Coldheart, there's a big debate about who comes next. And I think Not has to be in that debate. You know what I mean? Like who is 3 through 10? You know, like that's a big debate about the rares. Everybody says Apothecary and Coldheart are 1 and 2. But I think Not's got to be in the conversation for even potentially number 3. But he's definitely in like the top 7, I think. I don't I couldn't name 6 that are better than him, unless you're talking about all of the starter champions. But I usually put those as one champion. Do you know what I mean? Okay. That was much, much longer than I expected it to be. That was like a good 2-hour takeover. Close to it. You have Tree Shield now. Why was not showing up? I was doing this. Let me see. I was doing this and this. Am I missing a Tree Shield knot? I don't think you have a Tree Shield knot. You may have pulled Tree Shield knot at one point, but unless I am missing something, I don't see a Tree Shield knot. I've got the vaults opened. I have the vaults open. I mean, you clearly had a Tree Shield knot at one point. Oh, that happens sometimes. If you play with your kid, sometimes your kid will use up your champions in a way you weren't expecting. Yeah. So yeah, maybe he got thrown into he got used as a chicken. You don't need Tree Shield knot. Just to be clear, I think you're okay without it because you have 2 other revive options, right? You have the Claydna and you have the Wyronin, and I think that's enough. I was just giving Tree Shield knot a shout out as a great rare. So a big thank you to Dino, cluster member of Deep Dwarf Squats. I hope this was helpful, informative. We didn't actually do anything, right? We didn't rebuild champions. We kind of worked our way through your roster, and we were talking about Faction Wars. Getting through Faction Wars is an incredible accomplishment. I actually think it's one of the, it's not the hardest thing in the game, but it requires an extreme amount of dedication because you have to be very organized. You have to commit resources. You have to grind. You have to be thoughtful and creative in your problem solving. So when you get your Lydia, it is a major accomplishment. It definitely takes time and effort to do this. Like I said, I don't think it's the hardest thing in the game. Because we've seen that there are ways to go about it, even on a budget. But it's definitely I guess what I should say is it is hard. It is hard to do. Right? But it doesn't require crazy rosters. It doesn't require you to spend a lot of money. It requires you to be dedicated. And that is its own difficulty. So good luck on this. Let me know how the progress is going. Let me know if any of the tips that I gave you were helpful, or if you figured something out that I missed, let me know that as well so that I can share that with my viewers in a future takeover. Okay, so we are going to shut it down here for Dino. Dino, thank you very much. And I'm going to go to the Discord and reset the wheel. Now, very quickly, I have to do this every time because I don't know who's joined the live stream in the meantime. If you want a free takeover, you need to be a member of my Discord community. You're going to click on the link in the description of this video, go into my Discord, scroll down until you see a channel called Wheel of Takeover. In that channel, there is a message that says react to this message. And what I'm doing right now is I'm cleansing all of the reactions from previously. You can now react to that message, and that will enter you into the drawing. You can win once every 90 days. It doesn't matter how many times you react, you're only going to get one entry. This will enter you into the wheel. We will then spin the wheel, and the wheel will choose the winner. I do not choose the winner. The wheel chooses the winner. As soon as you win, I will send you a DM, and I want you to DM me back with your login information. That's your email address and your password. And if you need a 2-factor authentication, then I'll ask for that as well. Don't add it if you don't have it on, because that will lock you out. But if you have it on, it's fine. And then I'm going to give you a role so you can join me in the voice channel that I'm sitting in, so you can hear me in real time. Go ahead and mute your live stream because there's a delay there. Join the voice channel and then DM me what kind of account takeover you're interested in. You'll be able to DM me, but you'll be able to hear me. You won't be able to speak. I mean, you can speak, but I won't hear you because your microphone will be muted in the channel. But yeah, you can win once every 90 days. If you have won in the last 90 days, please don't enter because it just gums up the works. If you're not sure if you've won in the last 90 days, just check your DMs with me because that's where we communicate. And so I know, like, if I've ever DM'd you, that's going to be there. And I mean, we also record it elsewhere just to be sure. But yeah, if you have DMs with me, you can check that and see if you've won in the last 90 days. Okay. So this is usually where I take a quick break. But rather than just leave you with a blank screen, like I have done in the past, I'm going to go ahead and, let's see, I'm going to log into my account while people are reacting. And I'm going to run stage 30 of the event dungeon because I need to, because it's going away very soon. So I've got to click the red dot, but we're going to run stage 30 of the event dungeon. You can see this is my team. I'm going to do some super raids. We'll use some gems. And let's say we will run this. It takes about, on average, it takes like maybe 2 minutes. So maybe I shouldn't run that many of them. I'll run 4 of them. I'm going to run to the bathroom, refill my drink, and I will be back. And when I get back, we will spin the wheel. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. The most famous Apple Store employee ever. Are you talking about this guy? My editor, whose name is Sun, moonlights as a Apple genius and and star of Marvel movies. Should be proud, Son. Should be proud. I should. When I go off screen, I should just I should put him right here in the middle of the screen and be like, "You need help." I've been Aaron. Aaron's a good guy. El Capitan, good to see you. Seriously learned so much on this takeover. Great job, buddy. Thank you so much. I'm glad. I don't always know. I don't always know what people know and what they don't know. And sometimes, I feel like I do a takeover and I'm repeating something that I did in another takeover and maybe it's boring or it's redundant or advanced players are like, dude, yeah, this is the simplest thing in the world. But I don't know. Some people are new. Some people are new to the channel. Some people are new to Raid. Some people are in the mid game and struggling with the exact thing that the takeover is about. And maybe they weren't paying attention before because they weren't doing that thing, right? So I try to be informative. I try to be thorough. I know sometimes I go too far in the thoroughness. I can be repetitive. But I try to make sure that people of all kinds of backgrounds and learning styles will be able to understand me, right? Like that's one of the things in my career as an educator I've learned, which is that until I learn my student, and in this case, I can't really learn my student because there are too many of them and they change all the time. But until I learn my student that I'm working with, I don't know his or her learning style. And so I might convey the same information in 3 different ways. And then when one of those clicks, I'm like, oh, this has now told me what my student's learning style is. You know what I mean? So I get to sit down, work one-on-one with students and figure out how they learn best. And now I don't have to be that redundant. I can just go directly to that style of teaching. But early on, when I'm still learning who they are and maybe they're a little bit shy and they don't want to tell me all that stuff, I have to be a little bit more verbose. I have to try multiple angles. And so I find myself stuck in that mode when I do live streams because I honestly don't know, who's a more visual learning style, who's a more auditory learning style, who likes analogies, who likes examples, who likes the theory behind it, and who doesn't care. Like, I don't know those things about you guys. Now, when I work one-on-one with somebody, and I do a takeover with somebody, I can begin to learn that a little bit and maybe, pull back on some of the additional stuff. But it takes a few sessions with somebody. So when I do a paid takeover, if I do just one paid takeover with a person and I'm explaining to them, unless they're giving me a lot of feedback, it's harder to learn their learning style or what their learning style is in a short period of time. If I work with the same person over and over again, then hopefully I can cater my approach to them specifically and they get increased value over time. And that's just a long way of saying I talk a lot. I talk a lot. And also that I do paid takeovers, in case you were wondering. You can always hit me up with a DM if you are interested in a paid takeover. I will shoot you my scheduling and pricing information. And hopefully we can set something up soon. I've been really enjoying the paid takeovers. I'm meeting a bunch of viewers, members of the Discord community, actually getting to hear their voices and talk to them in channel and get to learn a little bit about them. And that's really rewarding for me. And then I feel like, I can dedicate, however much time we have to helping their specific problems as opposed to talking in generalities. And that's satisfying. So if you are interested in that, I recognize, I'm a free to play guy. So charging for takeovers, like that's not going to be my core audience all the time wanting to pay for takeovers. But it is an option that I offer. Thank you, Hey-Ho. I appreciate that. Holy cow, Liv. Wow. I hope you're all right, man. Chatting with the not so secret admirers. Jack, I just think of them as friends. Some of you are friends I haven't met yet. That's it. That's all it is. Some of you are friends who I have just met. Or, friendly acquaintances, I guess is a better way to say it. Cause I don't have the time or the really the possibility of being friends with everybody. But I like to think, I mean, talking about the Ash collab that I just did, like, I like to think that we have the capacity to bring positivity, growth, joy into each other's lives, even if our paths cross just for a moment. That's just something I believe in. And it's something I try to do. There are times when I'm grumpy. There are times when I'm antisocial. There are times when I'm unhappy or stressed. But when I meet somebody for the first time and I talk to them, if I've got an hour to spend with a takeover, that might be the only hour I ever get to chat to that person in either one of our lives. So I would like it to be a positive experience for both of us. And I mean, that might seem, I don't know, to some people that might feel naive, but to me, it's just a practical like aspect of life. Just like I think if you're not enjoying Raid anymore, like if you're not enjoying any game anymore, maybe it's time to take a break or move on. Because we played games to bring us joy, to relieve our stress, to give us fun, even if the fun is in challenging, in the challenge, even if the fun is in the effort that we put into it. And I think that's also true for interactions. It's one of the reasons why in an opt-in community like the Colred Plays Discord community, we don't punish people. I don't believe in punishing people in an optional community. Like, you get to come here and decide whether or not you're going to be part of the community. But we still have to have standards, but those standards are all opt-in. And if you decide that those standards aren't to your liking, or that you can't keep them for some reason, then we would just say collectively, like, okay, maybe this isn't a good match. I'm not going to punish you in most cases. I'm just going to say, okay, that's fair. But maybe that's not for us then. Every once in a while, you'll have a situation where maybe you have to take some action because not everybody feels that way, or people can slip up. It's entirely possible. I think good people can make mistakes. And I like to give second chances. But you also have to protect the members of your community. That is a requirement of me as a community leader. I must protect, because nobody else can. Right? Sun and I have the control. We have the power over the server. We have the influence over the community. If we don't protect the members of our community, those community members will just leave, and the only ones who will be left will be the ones who are dishing out the bullying or whatever. And so we do have to protect the members of our community. But in general, that's easy enough in an opt-in community, simply by being public about it, by just saying, hey, we like to act this way, not this way. And I mean, the other thing is, like, the average age of the member in my community is like 43 or something. Like we have some like 18-year-olds and we have like some 70-year-olds. But I'd say the average age is like, 30, 40s, 50s. That's the most common age. And these are adults. They don't need to be punished by me for like speaking in a way that I didn't love perfectly. Like, whatever. Like, we're just trying to get along, just trying to get through our days and have some good positivity. So thank you, Liv. I appreciate that. We try to be. Yeah, Liv, take care of yourself. Listen, even if you don't have insurance, that kind of stuff is like, if you got to dig deep, you got to dig deep. You can't mess around with your health. Does that mean you're above average? What does what mean you're above average? Q, here's the thing. You are exceptional, my friend. You are exceptional. Of course you're above average. We've got Doctor Who Games here, who's an actual emergency medical doctor. So if you do need help, Liv, maybe shoot a DM over to Doctor Who. Okay, so let's go ahead, and we've got. I'm going to give one more minute, and then I'm going to spin the wheel. I went long on the first takeover. I'm going to try to keep this one as reasonable as possible. I think part of the issue is I'm trying to interact with chat more, because I know you like that, and I enjoy it, and I like answering questions. And as a result, I spent an hour and a half answering questions, and that cuts into my takeover time. I should be ending the live stream right now, but I'm going to do one more takeover. I am going to warn you all that if I do this takeover, it's probably going to be a shorter takeover. It might be a 1 hour takeover. So I don't think I can do more than that with my back, unfortunately. I got up, I stretched a little bit, but I'm definitely sore. I took some meds, but it's going to be kind of tough to get more than an hour out of me here. So just be aware of that if you win your takeover. We're going to try to keep it nice and short. We could do a champion rebuild, maybe a dungeon thing, but probably not like a Hydra. Definitely not going to do a full faction crypt thing like we just did. Yeah, just be aware. All right, let's go ahead and spin this wheel. Good luck to everybody out there. Yeah, we could do an account overview, Alex. That's always good. Cute. Dude. Yeah. I'm glad you're looking forward to it. I am as well. I do stream every once in a while, hey ho, but it's always a surprise. I used to do Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. Every week, I think we did Tuesday, Friday, Sunday for a while, and then we did Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. I think I forget. We used to do 3 a week, and we knocked it down to 2. Now I've knocked it down to 1 since the baby's here. Armor Body, congratulations. That sounds like a new name. I don't recognize that name, so that is new. Civic, it makes me happy to see you, buddy. You don't even play Raid anymore, do you? Are you playing Raid at all these days? You just kind of secretly have like a free to play on the side. You're playing casually or something. Oh, you came back to Ultimate Sun Knights. That's awesome. That's really cool. I'm glad to have you back. I hope that we didn't burn you out too much. Civic was running one of our clans for a while. Did a great job. It's a hard job to run a clan. I definitely can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I've run many clans in my day. I can't run the channel and oversee community stuff and run a clan. I tried for a little while and I was very bad at it, and my clan mates suffered for my poor leadership. So I stepped aside. Civic came in, ran our clan for a while, did an excellent job, but it can burn you out. It can definitely burn you out. So I'm glad to see you're back. And I'm happy that you're back in the cluster. That's awesome. Yes, that's one of the issues. It can be tough. We do a pretty good communicating in the community, but that's always the challenge, right? That is always the challenge. Is the communication. Armor Body worked without the 2-factor authentication. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, and thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so I'm going to give you the role so you can join me in the voice channel in just a second. Let me do that for you. Okay, so you should now be able to join me in the coaching voice channel. You won't be able to talk to me, but you can type to me in the DMs, and you should hear me in real time. So I highly recommend you join me in the channel, and then go ahead and mute the live stream. There we go. Welcome. Okay. Yeah, I turned off streamer mode for some reason. Why did I turn off streamer mode? I don't know how to turn it back on. This is always the issue with streamer mode. There it is. Turn it back on. There we go. Oh. All right, welcome. So tell me what kind of takeover you are looking for today. We've got a level 84 account. I'll just do a quick account overview while I'm waiting for the info from Armor Body. Level 84, how are we on daily logins? We are working on Cleopteryx. Let's see how many fragments we have for Cleopteryx. 85 fragments. So you are just a few days away from getting your Cleopteryx. Okay, so if I remember correctly, I think it takes 120 days to get Cleopteryx. So you are at 378 days, I think. 378 days. So just over a year. Congratulations on your first year in Raid. Level 84 is a nice accomplishment. You're in good shape. You've been working. Let's see your roster. Let's start with the 6 stars. Got 56 stars in the first year. That's very good. That's way better than I did. I think I probably had 25 in the first year. So you've doubled me. I think I would do better now. I took it very slow, actually. My entry into this game was relatively slow. It took me, I would say, at least 8 or 9 months to really like get into the groove and start speeding things up. So sometimes, you'll see an account, or you look at my account, you'll be like, wow, Colred, you're really, really, like you've got so many champions. Like, yeah, but it took me longer than it probably would take the average player today. So like, if you're feeling like you see people like this and you're like, oh, wow, I'm really far behind them. Like, that's great. You're still doing better than Colred, probably. You got a Necmo, which I love. You've got your Eric's, which is great. This is weird. So you must have pulled Eric's from a shard, because Eric's actually comes after Cleopteryx, but Eric's is fantastic. Mishinaki, Artak, great. You got your Thor, you fused. You got Rathalos. You got Sun Wukong. You've got Shuzen. I always struggle with that one. Fantastic champion. I'm jealous. You've got your Vizix, obviously, your Arbiter. Great. You've got Harima, fantastic. Armands and White Queen. You've got an Ugo. You've got a Venom Mage. Man, you're doing awesome. You got Kyoku, who's still one of the few non-void legendaries I really want. Got your Doom Priest, your Geo, your Royal Guard, your Deacon, your Cold Heart. This is a fairly nice roster, I gotta say. Out of just your 60s, I mean, you got Shamil, you got Farrakhan. There are a lot of high-value champions, not too many misses. You got your Neldor. Dude, you're killing it. This is fantastic. Now let's go ahead and just look at legendaries for a second. See what other legendaries are here. Obviously you've got the Loki, Elder Skarg, Ghostborn, Yannicka, Kingarag, and Gaia the True Shield. This is one of those champions I don't know that much about. All right, I don't know. Let's look at epics. Got a lot of epics. It's a Sanguinea, Allure, Ursula. Got your Hoferes. Duke the Pierce. Lady Annabelle, Slizix. Slixus. I always say Slizix, but it's Slixus. Yeah, you got your Annex. There's your 6-star Mistrider. So yeah, you're one of those people who should be investing in it. Tyrell, Tarshan, Dumbor. Good, pretty good. I'm not seeing any unkillable champions, and I don't see a Wixwell. So I wonder how you're doing on Clan Boss. But all right, let's check the messages. Let's see what you're looking for. You're not sure what to do. You've just hit a lull. That happens, yeah. You think you need to try and push dungeons, but haven't really been successful at pushing that. Also pushing faction wars. Not that fussed, but okay. Need help with dungeon teams like Fire Knight and Spider Heart. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look. Just very quickly, I'm going to I'm going to take a look at your clan boss. I'm just curious. You got a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. Beautiful. You do have an unkillable. I didn't notice Alsgore there. So you do have an unkillable. And it looks like it's pretty close to a 1-key. It looks like it's pretty close there. That's nice. And then Nightmare, I'm assuming you're 1-keying pretty comfortably. Yes, you are. All right, so you are all set for Clan Boss. You mentioned Faction Wars. You're at 853, so you're doing great. We just did a Faction Wars thing, so hopefully that helped you out a little bit. You're a little bit further along. You got some 63s done. So, okay. Got a nice collection of shards there. Looking good. Need better gear. Gotcha. You do have some stuff here. I was talking to a player last night who was actually hanging out in the live stream earlier. We did a takeover, and we were talking about the materials here. And I want to see if I can show you something, which you may not know, actually. This is not something that like people would necessarily look for the information unless it came up for some reason. But there is, I just got to find it. Here we go. Okay. Hey, my puppy's back. You want to say hello? Here she is. Hi. This is Piper, everybody. Say hi, Piper. Hi, everybody. She's a sweet, sweet girl. She doesn't really like being up on it. She likes being down on the ground. More comfortable. Okay. So let me okay. So this is a Yumi Love. I don't know why this is stretched. I'm sorry, this is a little bit stretched. This is a yumilove.net. And I can put the link in the I'll put the link in the chat in case you aren't interested in it. Just a second. Do it. So I put the link in the chat. Hey, Pope. Okay, so you can scroll down here and you get the loot tables, and these loot tables are for all sorts of things, right? And so the most important ones tend to be the dungeons loot rate, loot table and drop rate, and the Spider's Den loot table and drop rate. We tend to look there. But there's one down here at the bottom I don't think many people have looked at, and this is the Faction Wars loot table. Now, it's a little bit confusing, but remember there are two different stone drops. There's soul stones and blood stones. One gives you the stones for resilience, one gives you the stones for perception. So if you look on this, what you'll notice is from stage 10 here, like stage 10, you get a 100% chance to get epic drops in the Faction Wars. And that's true for stage 10, 11, and 12. And then at stage 13, you start to get a chance to get the legendary level of material. Now, the way this chart works is you'll notice, like here at stage 13, it's 25% chance for an epic soulstone, 25% chance for a Lego soulstone, 25% chance for an epic bloodstone, and 25% chance for a Lego bloodstone. So you have to go all the way across to get the 100% chance. That's why it looks like, wow, that's weird, 25%, 25%, that's only 50%. It's because 50% is the soulstone and 50% is the bloodstone. I hope that makes the chart clear. It's a little bit difficult to read at first. But now what you'll notice is from stage 13 on, the chances are much less that you're going to get epics. You're going to get many more legendary drops. You know, like the chance is getting more. The amount is less, right? Like here at 19, you have a 5% chance of getting 70 to 90 soul stones. You've got a 45% chance, of epic soul stones. You've got a 45% chance of getting 12 to 16 Lego soul stones. So if you are running stages 16, 17, 18, 19, or 20, if you're farming in that area, you're going to run out of epic stones, right? If you go all the way to 21, if you've completed it and you're running 21, I know that might take longer, but now your chance of getting epics goes up and the amount of epics gets much higher. This level is pretty much balanced to kind of give you the soul stones you need. Remember, you need twice as many epic soul stones to get 5 and 6 star gear. You need 10 epic soul stones or bloodstones and 5 Lego soul stones. So if you figure this out, on average, you're getting about, I think it's like 13 or 14 epics per run. And you're getting roughly like about the same, about 12 or 13 Legos per run. But you need twice as many epics. So even here, like you need to be running stage 21, or occasionally what you need to do is go all the way back down and run like 10, 11, or 12. Otherwise, you're just going to load up on the legendary soul stones and you're going to run out of the epic soul stones or bloodstones. So I just wanted to explain that really quickly for everybody. Again, the link is in the chat here, so you can go and check this out at any time. And I think all of this loot table is something that you want to be familiar with. Like, you want to learn how to read it. You want to go back and read it when you're doing tournaments, when you're farming dungeons, because it has a ton of really useful information. Now, this is on ayumilove.net. Ayumilove didn't create these charts. They're in other places. You can find them. Apparently, there's somebody named Bobo who completed these. I don't know who Bobo is. They've been around for a very long time, since the beginning of Raid, but you should be familiar with all of these. And, you know, you can find them in the Hell Hades Discord. You can find them in our Discord. You can find them in a lot of places. But this is the place I usually go for because it's just easy to save this link and come back to it. Okay. So that being said, you know, here I'm looking at a situation where it's like you've got a lot more legendary materials than epic materials. This is why you want to be either farming stage 21 or occasionally you want to go back and just farm some epic material. And you need to do that from 10, 11, and 12. I think those are the only places you can do that. And of course, when you look at the factions, right, like it also matters. Can we get into a faction? No, you've used all your keys. Oh, we can. Okay. So 14 is a boss, right? So, but you can see here, this is where at 13, you start to get the legendary materials. So, you know, you want to come back here and farm 10, 11, 12, I think. So here you're also getting epics, but you're still getting rares up to 9. And then I think it's just these 3. So, you know, be aware of that. What I do, honestly, is I farm stage 21. You get 16 keys, right? You get the 12 keys plus the 6 keys. I farm stage 21 with 12 keys. And then you get 4 keys and you're left with 4 keys. And so I come down here to stage 9 and I farm 9 with my last 2 keys. Is that right? 16. I'm sorry. You use up 16 keys here on stage 21 out of 18 keys. 16 out of 18. You get 2 left over. I come here and I farm stage 9 and I only get epics from stage 9. And that kind of balances me out. That lets me get enough epic materials to pace with my legendaries most of the time. So that's how I do it. But it's entirely up to you. Okay, let me go back to see the chat. Sorry, Dunkirk. I don't know, buddy. Yeah, it might have been my fault. I honestly don't know. Yeah, Bobo was one of those, you know, heavy theory crafters back in the day. I do not know Bobo. I was sort of around for that because if you don't know my personal history with Raid, I'll just briefly say it. I have said it before on the channel. I started playing in 2019, and I played for like 3 months, maybe 3.5 months, and then I left. And then I was gone for like a year and a half, maybe a little bit more, and then I came back in 2021 in like September-ish, October-ish. Like Ninja was the free login reward champion. I didn't come back because of Ninja. I just happened to come back and he was the reward champion. And on my first void pulls, like when I did a 2 times void event, I came back, I had like 3 void shards and I pulled them during 2 times void event. and I got Cardiel, and I didn't even know that I was supposed to be excited. I was just kind of like, oh, cool, I got a new legendary. And then I like looked into him and I'm like, this guy looks sick. And then I did a little research and I'm like, this guy's really sick. And that was it. And I was off and running. So with Ninja and Cardiel, I was just like full steam ahead. And I've been playing ever since. I've been playing since the fall of 2021. So this is now 3 consecutive years of playing a little bit more. I'm like 37 months or something since I restarted. And then I've got those 3.5 months that I originally played. So I call it 3.5 years, which is roughly, I think that's about what it is. It's around 42 months, 41, 42 months. But so that's how long I've been playing. But I've been familiar with Raid for 5.5 years, right? Like, so 5.5 years ago, I was watching a few videos and I know that back then they were still solving Clan Boss. Like the Clan Boss calculator hadn't come out yet, but people were doing speed tunes and collecting the speed tunes and passing them around through videos and stuff like that. So, all right. So I'm sorry. I'm getting all distracted. Yeah, that is the reason. That is exactly the reason. And I just came across it last night when I was doing a takeover. So I just thought I'd share it. So shout out to G. G-bomb. All right. So I'm sorry, you talked about dungeons. Let's go ahead and take a look at, I want to take a look at the dungeons. Spider, hard mode, you said, right? Okay. And then Fire Knight. Fire Knight, are we talking regular Fire Knight or hard mode Fire Knight? Fire Knight. Okay. Let's talk Spider first because it's the easier of the two, and it's Fire Knight might be the more valuable of the two at this point, but the event dungeon's going away. People are going to start farming Spider again for actual artifacts, accessories rather. Yeah, Cardiel makes the game a different thing. Okay, so you've got Artac, which is the way to go. So the question is here, how do you boost Artac, right? How do you make this more reasonable? And honestly, the best way to use Artac is with a second HP burner. Preferably a second HP burn activator, but it doesn't have to be. So let's just go ahead and look at all of your champions and let's see what kind of HP burners do you have. Okay, so you don't really have a great AoE HP burner to match with Artac, which is fine. We have other options. One other very good option is Thor. And it looks like your Thor is a hard-hitting Thor. His accuracy is a little low and his speed's a little low. So what I'm going to do right now, just a very minimal thing here, I'm going to look to see if you have any pinpoint accessories. You do. Okay, so first of all, let's take a look. So you have attack with speed. We'd really like accuracy with speed. We don't need attack on the banner. Let's see if we have accuracy with speed. There's some accuracy with speed. Let's roll this one up. Let's see if we get a speed roll. We don't, but attack percentage is good. So let's just do a little fitting room thing here. Let's go ahead and if we throw that piece on. Okay. Now, we've got a feral. Okay, let's look for, first of all, let's see what your piece is. It's probably crit damage. It's a large crit damage. It does have accuracy on it. But let's see. Let's see if we've got crit damage. With accuracy, that's beautiful. That's Undead Hordes. That's not the one we're looking for. Crit damage, crit damage, crit damage, no accuracy. No accuracy. But we got a 6-star crit damage. Take that up. Maybe it'll roll into accuracy. It did. Try that on. And then let's look at the ring. And so here we have a choice to make, because if we go with the third piece of pinpoint, we get additional 20 accuracy. But if we go with one piece of feral, we get 40 accuracy. So I would probably go for that. It does have good stats on it. It's a defensive ring, which is okay. And we got an attack percentage. Maybe we'll roll into that. I don't mind giving Thor a little bit of tankiness. Okay, so let's just try that on. And so you'll notice what we've done here is we've traded some stats. Of course, this is not done. Let's go ahead and take this all the way up. Okay. All right, so here we are. We lost a tiny bit of HP, about 1,300 HP, 1,400 HP. We have lost about 750 attack. We might get some of that back when we glyph. We've gained 3 speed. I would still like more speed. We can glyph a little bit of speed here. And then we've gained 140 accuracy, and we still have the crit rate and crit damage that we started with. We lost a tiny bit of resistance, which isn't a huge deal. So I should ask before I do this, is Thor speed tuned for anything? He's not speed tuned. Okay. Yeah, and I could go ahead and I don't know if we're going to do a lot of rebuilds, so I'm not even going to use, unless you want me to use, I could use a 1 hour gear removal if you want. Or we could just do cash. It's only 250,000, so it's not really bad. Okay. Let's just go ahead and make this swap. Actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and save this for a second. Save as champion preset. Let's just go take if we can find a 1 hour, let's go use a 1 hour, because we might rebuild multiple. We'll do it by expiry date. There is a 1 hour. Let's go ahead and collect that. Okay. Go back to Thor. Try that on. Okay, so this is why pinpoint accessories are so freaking strong, right? We got extra speed and a ton of extra accuracy. We got more defense. We got a whole bunch of extra defense. But yeah, this is an excellent. Let's see if we get an attack percentage here, maybe. Yeah, we did. Okay, let's go ahead and enchant this. Use some 4-star glyphs here. The defense, well, we'll use a 3-star. It's not his defense is not critical, or HP in defense. Use a 3-star glyph. Not attack, we'll use a 4-star. All right, now let's go over to this piece. First of all, yeah, we're equipping all of those. Let's ascend this piece. We have some stuff. Yeah, let's get some crit damage on it. Boom. Oh, that's beautiful. How beautiful is that? I'm on a roll. I am on a roll. As soon as I say that, I probably killed my streak. Get some accuracy. Hopefully we get more than 4. We get 5. Okay. This is probably worth taking all the way up. This is probably worth taking all the way up. That's a 6-star. Yeah, that's we're gonna take that all the way up. Get another 12% crit damage. Let's get this. Yeah, I would use the 4-star. We got a 4. That's beautiful. Get the 4-star there. We want more than 1%. Give us 2%. Okay. Not great, but okay. Defense, defense. He's going to be a tanky boy, which is good. Go ahead and ascend, see if we hit accuracy. Oh, what did I say? I'm on a roll. Man. All right, we don't have enough to take it all the way up, but that gives us another 16 accuracy, it looks like. So we're at 400 accuracy, much better. 216 speed, still a little slow. This Savage chestplate is not doing a ton for us. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we've got available. All right, let's see what's equipped. What I would like is a righteous piece, but we don't have a righteous piece. How good is this piece? It's a very good piece. Okay. It is a very good piece. I think we'll stick with it for now. I don't think we have much option. We could potentially roll. Let's see how good this piece is. So crit damage is nice, crit rate. Let's see what we've got in the perception set, because we could potentially roll some perception here. We do have a little bit of crit rate to give away, right? We're 6 tall, I think. That's a nice piece. That's a very nice piece. Speed with crit rate. We lose a little bit of crit damage. It's not insignificant to lose that crit damage, but that might work. If we ended up, so what's the chest piece? The chest piece has 13% crit rate. This is 7. We're giving away 2. We can give away 4 more, which means we need 9. And then crit damage. You know, so you could roll for some perception gear here and replace these 2 pieces. If you can still maintain the 100% crit rate, that should potentially give you a little bit of extra speed. These are fast pieces, though, so it's going to be a little bit tricky, but it will give you accuracy. I think we're okay on accuracy. So I think we're in a good spot. Attack percentage boots. That's maybe where we could get. I didn't even check that. I didn't really think that we had. What do we need on crit rate? Here we got 11, so all we need is 5% crit rate. You can even maybe get more crit damage. Those boots could be nice. What would we be giving away? 931 attack. And what would we end up with? 30 more speed. And we'd get an additional 18% crit damage. %. What does this one get? I think that's the way to go, honestly. Let's ascend this and see if we get any more speed out of it. Defense, that's good. Rip your damage? No. This will be more damage. So here's the thing about this chain. Like, I get that this is a nice boot. This is actually a very nice boot. But 2 things. One is speed equals damage. It doesn't equal big damage numbers. It equals smaller damage numbers, but it equals more frequent hits. It also equals more frequent debuffs. So if you land debuffs, you land more debuffs. Plus, crit damage will offset the loss of your attack. So right now you're sitting at 5,400 attack. That probably feels really good. And dropping down to 4,500 doesn't feel as good. I get that. But I think with the crit damage increase, you're actually going to offset most of that loss of damage. With the speed increase, you will do much more damage over time. So I would try this. If you find that it doesn't work for you, that's fine. But I think running your damage dealers at like 240 is much more valuable than running at 210. It's for most of the content, you want to run your damage dealers closer to 260, maybe even 270. Like where you are in the game, you're talking about pushing hard mode dungeons, speed becomes the limiting factor. So this is not, that's not the boot. What's the boot? Where's the boot? This is the boot. Did I upgrade the wrong boot? I might have. This is the boot. And this one landed speed. So this one's going to give you an additional 12 speed. So we're going to go ahead and equip that. That's what we want. All right, so we just bumped up 18% crit damage. We got to 247. That's way better than 211. He needs 100% crit rate. Yes. Because he doesn't have a crit rate buff. He has a crit damage buff and an increased attack. So this is going to be hard hitting. This is going to be very hard hitting. So what I want to do right now is I want to get him, and we want to bring in Artak. So we want to bring in him, and then we need something to get him to go fast. Maybe we need some debuffs for the spiderlings. It can be good to have some cleanses. There's all sorts of things we can do. I like him a lot. That gives a lot of turn meter fill. Nekmothar is amazing. AoE decrease attack, AoE decrease speed and leech, increase speed and turn meter fill on his champions. Ally speed in all battles. I'm noticing a lack of supports. I'm noticing kind of a lack of supports here. Like it doesn't look like you have a main healer. If you don't have a Scylla the Drakes, we'll take her. She's good. We'll use her. Use Scylla the Drakes. And then we could use Ninja. Ninja's not bad. You could use him with Artak. We could use Rathalos. Rathalos certainly isn't bad. Let's see how Rathalos is built. Okay. Maybe Ancora? She's got the cleanse, the shield, the revive. Maybe we'll use Ancora. Let's use Ancora. I'm not loving the way Rathalos is right now. Let's go Ninja. Actually, let's go Eric's. Let's see how Eric's is built. It's okay. 100% crit rate, 200% crit damage. That's going to be just fine for what we need her for. Drexlar is not bad either. Let's see where Ninja is. 252. That's nice. This is nice. So that'll help. So yeah, let's bring Ninja back. Okay. We're going to do this. Let's just see how this works. Okay, so what we want to do, this is stage 2. What you want to do with this fight is you want to blow up the spiderlings because the spiderlings do damage to the boss. Now, Artak is good because HP burns do work, but generally you want to have activators. So what we're going to do here is we're going to increase the speed on the team. Then we're going to decrease the speed on the boss, especially is important. Actually, you can't decrease speed on this boss, I don't think. Yeah, normal spider you can. But decrease speed on the spiderlings is fine. You want to open with the HP burn. Then what we can do here actually is I'd probably just hit the boss with the A1. Get that decreased defense out there. We want to open with Thor's A2. I'm sorry, A3, because you want the increased attack and crit damage. You kill most of the spiderlings here. Now Ancora is probably going to get, what does she do? We'll just have her A1. Comes back around, AoE decrease attack, which is good because we're going to get hit. Now, unfortunately, we don't have many HP burns to activate, but we'll activate the ones that we can. Decrease attacks are good. Now, Ninja's actually not great in this, now that I think about it, because he uses his A3 on the boss, but let's go ahead and use we'll use the A2. Now we use the A2 from Thor. Boss still hasn't gone, by the way. We get Ancora. There's the boss going. That's why you need a little bit of survivability. So the Drakes does very well there. Increase speed. Decrease speed. You got a relentless set there, huh? HP burns. Activate burns. Yeah, I think ninjas are the wrong call here. That was my bad. This team is going to crush. I think we just need to pull ninja out. And I think Eric's was the right call. Bring in that AoE damage dealer. I mean, you could certainly bring in Harima. You could certainly bring in Wukong. You could bring in Rathalos. You've got a lot of options here. If you needed more survivability, you could bring in Ugo for drop defense if you wanted. AoE drop defense would be good. If we could bring like an AoE Hex, that would be great. If we could bring in AoE Weaken, that would be great. So let's look for debuffs here. Let's look for this. So Ugo looks like the champ for that, if we want to bring that. If we want to bring in the AoE Weaken, we don't really have that. Let me see. Yeah, hers is an A1 Weaken. Now, an A1 Weaken on the boss would be fine, but I think that we can do better than that. So I think we'll probably go with the drop defense. If we bring in Ugo, let's see how Ugo's built. It's either Ugo or Eric's. Ugo's at 243. That's really nice. It's got the accuracy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there are a lot of options. Geo, Monkey. I mean, there are a lot of options, but one of the things that we want is we want to, if we're using Thor, we want to blow up the Spiderlings with Thor. And so a decreased defense or a weaken. This is why Lydia is so good at this, right? Because she gives you that decreased defense and weaken. She gives you the increased speed. And she's allowing you to come around, to stuff. We could certainly do like a decrease cooldown champion, but I think realistically we want an AoE decreased defense. I think that's the thing that's going to give us the most consistent damage. So we're going to do this. So let's set this up as a team. So let's go ahead and do, where's our Necmo? Necmo. We want Ugo. And then I think we want Ancora. We want Thor. And then we want who else were we using? I'm forgetting somebody. No, I don't. Who are we using? Oh, Artak. Yeah, duh. Okay. I'm like, who are we using? I'm stuck on Eric's for a second. So I think this is the team. Let's go ahead and give this a name. Call this Coal Red Spider. So let's go ahead and use this as an opener. We will use this as an opener. She can basically do whatever she wants, I guess. You can probably leave her alone. Artak should always use this as an opener. He doesn't make it his first choice. It's weird that it's not. And here you want to use this as the first choice. Yeah, I think Syl, Ugo, and White Queen for support. That does give you enough support. I was looking for, I didn't see Syl of the Drakes originally, and I was looking for somebody more than Ancora. But the combo is very nice, and Ugo gives you additional like mini cleanse with some heals and stuff. So that's not bad. You also have Doom Priest, you know, so you do have a mix of support. I guess, you know, when I'm thinking about that level of support, I'm looking for champions like Elva, you know, Pythion, Cardiel, sure, you know, but like you actually do probably have enough. So I'm sorry that if that sounded like I was being critical, I just didn't see all of your champions. Okay. Yeah, I want Ancor to be able to use her cleanse. She's going to use her A1 a lot anyway. But all right, so let's go to stage 3 and let's see how we do. So this should be good. Oops, full auto. I am running the ninja team. I thought I clicked the thing. Ninja team should do fine here. One of the things that you might have to swap out is, you know, various champions based on affinity as you're on your way up. You know, so for instance, Thor's not going to do great into Force affinity. He's still going to do good because he's insane. Like, I'm not saying Thor's like if I were going to take a magic affinity champion into a force affinity fight, like Thor would be one of my top choices. But you might struggle. So if you do struggle, you might want to think, okay, how do, you know, I've got Artak who's magic, magic affinity. I've got Thor who's magic affinity. Maybe I need to get, you know, a different damage dealer in there. Maybe you bring in Harima, who is force affinity. Maybe you bring in Eric's. I think Eric's is spirit affinity, right? So, you know, you could potentially swap out Thor just to get past those stages, then bring Thor back, and you're going to be fine. And as you can see here, this is not a problem. This team is still wreck and face. That's golden. That's okay. So let's go to stage 4 and actually put in the team I built for you. Okay, let's do this one. And let's see how this works. Stage 4. Is there anything you need to know for full auto? You want to think of it as a speed tune, because that's what ultimately it is. It doesn't have to be as precise as like a clan boss speed tune. You have leeway to build but like the order of champions is important, and the skill order of those champions is important. So because of the way that the fight starts, if you use like an increased speed champion first, like Nekmothar, you're going to get more spiderlings onto the board. And then you're going to debuff those spiderlings. You know, it's like you want the full 10 on the board when Thor goes. So he should be like your 3rd or 4th champion to go, even your 5th champion to go. And you don't want your debuffers first because you only start with 6 spiders on the board. It's 4 and then 2 per champion team. So if you debuff right away, you're only going to debuff 6 of the spiderling. So that's why that turn meter champion going first gets the 8. Now you've got 8 spiderlings on the board. So if you do the decreased speed next, then potentially you've got 10 spiderlings on the board. Then you hit them with the decreased defense. Then you hit them with the HP burn. Then you hit them with the nuke or whatever. Now, a couple of things here we'll have to look out for is if Thor is blowing up the spiderlings and we're losing the value of Artak's HP burn, we might actually want to change the way his HP burn is ordered in the fight. So we'll have to take a look at that. That's something we want to stay on top of. So right now, when I go to the AI, right, I have Artak opening up with his HP burn. But if Thor then nukes out all of those spiderlings, this HP burn is actually useless. Right? Now, it might be so useless in the combo that we actually pull Artak out and say, put in Eric's or put in another damage dealer. So that might be a thing that we do because the combo is not working. Artak is great for this, but usually I use him in combination with another HP burn activator. You want a Sulfurion, you want a Sissy, a Flame Tongue. You know, you want somebody like that to pair with Artak, or 2 Artaks. That's insane when you have 2 Artaks. Artak can do it by himself, or he can do it with just another HP burner who puts up HP burns. But Thor does it without that, and he does it faster. So direct damage can be faster than the HP burn method if you don't have activations. So we may actually pull our attack. We'll have to see. So like as we watch it right now, my guess is actually what we should do is we should not open with this skill. What we should probably do is open with his A. And then we want to use this as its first choice. We should probably do that. That would probably give us a better result. Now we should crush this anyway because we're strong affinity. So you can see you get 6 spiders and then you get 8 when the first turn goes, then you get 10 when the second turn goes. And they drop before your champions take their turns. But so you start with like 6 drop and then 2 per turn, right? So it takes 2 turns to get the full 10 out. So that's why it can be useful to like not have your debuffer go first or second. Actually, debuffer can go second because I think it's 6 and then 2 before the first champion and then 2 before the second champion. So you don't want your debuffer first, but otherwise you're good. So now, let's see, where are we hitting? So he's still blowing up the entire wave, right? So Artak's abilities aren't really doing anything. And as a result, we might be better off with like another debuffer or another AoE damage dealer. Because Thor's doing all the work. Or even a cooldown reduction champion. We have Ancora who gives us some cooldowns, but it's random. We could also do an ally attacker. That would get Thor more damage. That would get Ancora more A1s. You know, we could potentially bring in Scylla the Drakes. We see our health's getting a little bit low there on Necmo and, you know, Artak. Scylla the Drakes might, that's okay. Scylla the Drakes might give us an AoE stun, which controls the waves until Thor comes back around. Plus gives us some sturdiness. So there are a lot of ways to go with this. There's no one way to do this. But as you can see, we're doing quite well here. I'm not loving the Artak in this team at the moment. He may be more valuable as we go higher. But what I would like to do maybe is let's just see how somebody else feels here. I like this 6-star Royal Guard. That's kind of crazy. I also like the Ferric and the Fat idea. I like the Neldor idea. There's a lot of value to be had here. We can certainly get more debuffs on the boss with somebody like Eric's. You know, we've got some, I'm sorry, not Eric's, Annex. This is Eric's. This is Annex. So we've got some options here. We can even go this way. That would give us some additional stuff. Let's see how your Arbiter is built. Okay, accuracy is too low. I was going to say, with her A1 weaken, turn meter fill and heals and revives, like that could be a nice, plus the intimidating presence would give us more speed. That could work, but the accuracy is too low. Let's look at Annex. How is Annex built? Accuracy is too low. Okay, let's see how Scylla the Drakes is built. Accuracy is a little bit better. Speed's okay. Those could certainly work. And I do like these numbers. Speed's a little bit low. Accuracy doesn't matter really. We have an AoE stun. Not booked though. Booked here? The A2 is booked. That's what's important. What about Harima? Harima is fully booked. Built. Decently fast. Good damage. Accuracy's low. We don't need the provoke. Let's throw Harima in just for fun. And we'll probably have her Probably have her do whatever she wants, I guess. Might have her open with her A1. Nah, let's just see, because she's slower than Thor, right? She's slower than Thor. So she might want to open with her A1. So let's go ahead and try this. Mishinaki. You're right, Mishinaki. He's got the AoE decreased defense and AoE hex. That's going to do a ton of damage. You could definitely try him. Good call. I mean, technically, I don't know how much White Queen and Cora is bringing us either. She gives us a little bit on that A1. She gives us a cleanse, but the spiderlings aren't hitting us. She gives us a heal, but we might have enough with Ugo. So we could also pull White Queen and Cora. I mean, we're crushing this stage right now. But I do think Harima was an upgrade from Artak just for this particular comp. But the Thor, this is what I'm talking about, right? You were like, I think you said rip my damage, right? You're like, RIP my damage. Your damage is doing just fine. You're doing just great here. With Thor is absolutely, I mean, look at that, 10 million damage here. He is just 11 million damage. He is obliterating this thing. And you're like, okay, he only, like, if we look at his build again. All right, let's go ahead and look at his build and his stats. Now let's go ahead and I don't know if you have any, you don't have any area bonuses. So 4.5k defense, almost exactly, 4499. You know, 325 crit damage, which is a lot. This is probably in balance to the point where you could be more efficient by gaining more attack. But the speed is key. You're going faster than the boss. You're getting that attack off, you know, early. You're coming back around. The speed buffs are so like, so this is something I was, again, talking about last night. Imagine that we lost, let's say we lost 20% of our attack. We didn't, we lost less than that, but we lost 20% of our attack, and that reduces all of our damage by 20%. We increased our speed by, it was like 36. So we'll call that 15%. So we decreased our attack by 20% and increased our speed by 15%. So you're like, well, that's a net loss, right? Isn't that a net loss in damage? But speed doesn't really work that way. And attack doesn't really work that way either. Like, so it actually kind of balances out differently. So think of it this way. When you get a turn meter fill, your turn meter fill is based on your speed. So if you're getting a 30% turn meter fill, before you were going from 210 to about 270. You're getting about 63 points. So from 210 to 273. Now, if we call this 250, you're going from 250 to 325. You're getting 75, 74, 75 speed increase. So you're getting an additional, 15-ish speed each time that turn meter is filled. When a speed buff drops down, that's also true. You're getting an additional 15% speed. So Nekmothar is giving you that speed buff and that turn meter fill. So you're actually getting a ton more speed. You end up, not with just this additional 36 speed, you actually end up with almost double that, an additional 60 speed. The speed isn't just like more damage. More damage, you're already nuking the waves. You know what I mean? Like, to get more damage to nuke the waves harder is meaningless, but every time a wave drops, nuking them out is actually valuable, because that means you're always resetting their turn meter. They never get to go. They're never poisoning anybody. When the boss finally goes, there's less likely to be a big wave of spiderlings to hit you really hard with, right? So, and it's the same thing in most fights. Like, in most cases, more hits faster are better. Plus, remember that Thor's skills do things, right? Like, he's got a chance of repeating his attack here. He's got Sorry, not this one. This one. He's got a decreased speed here, right? And that does things like coming back around and applying those more frequently is more valuable. You know, every time this champion deals damage, increases the thunder count by 1. So he increases this count more frequently because he gets in more hits in the same amount of time. And this actually boosts his damage. This fires an extra skill. So the more often you fire this, the more you boost his numbers. Speed is the universal multiplier. It makes everybody better. Trading away 20% attack to gain 15% speed generally is a good trade in most cases. You're still going to end up with more damage, especially on a champion like Thor that has a passive like this, or has, you know, he's got a stun here. He's got the decreased speed. You know, this is what actually ends up boosting him. So now there is an opposite side, which is if you go into Spider's Den and you're not nuking out the waves, like you're literally, I'm going to take this energy. If you're literally not nuking out the waves anymore, now it's a problem. Like if you're clearing 80% of the Spiderling's health, but then not the rest of it, that's a problem, right? Because now you're not doing enough damage to actually, like here, this is a problem. But we've got other champions to potentially come in and clear out that wave and help us out. So it's better to get more damage from like a decreased defense and a weaken. Like that's actually more valuable. You want those anyway, but we're missing that here, right? That's where like Mishinaki could potentially come in and provide more damage for Thor, not his attack stat. Now, I'm not saying don't build up his attack stat. If you can, absolutely. And by the way, if you can get into Live Arena, get some area bonuses, put him here in Spider, get some speed, get some ignored defense, get some accuracy. Those are really good stats for this, right? Because you don't need defense or HP here. You could use attack if you wanted, if Thor's your main damage dealer. But it's like, the goal here is to never let the Spiderlings take a turn. The boss is going to get a turn. You can't stop the boss from taking a turn unless you can one-shot the boss, which is hard to do. It's possible, but it's hard to do. Usually the boss gets at least 1 turn, maybe 2 or 3 turns. So you need to be able to survive that. But the goal here is don't let the Spiderlings ever get a turn. And if Thor isn't hitting hard enough to do that, then that's something you have to worry about. But otherwise, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can nuke out these waves. There we go. That was a really good nuke. But it looks like we're kind of maxing out on damage. So I'm definitely going to bring in Mishinaki. I think that was a good call. And if we have Mishinaki, we might not need Ugo. All right. Let's go ahead and let's try. I think I want to do this. I want to bring Scylla the Drakes in. I think she's going to give us a little bit more sturdiness that we might need. Plus the stun, you know, the AoE damage is not bad. And then I want to bring in Mishinaki. Okay. And let's go ahead and take a look at Mishinaki. Okay, he's decently hard hitting. His accuracy is too low. His accuracy is too low. He's not going to bring us the decreased defense that we want. Decreased defense. He's got that AoE hex. He's got AoE damage. He's got the HP burns. Like, he would be perfect for this, but he is not built for this. So, you know, one thing here I would say is he's probably fast enough at 218 with the Necmothar, but he might not be. He should be faster than Thor. You want him to debuff before Thor goes, and we now have Thor running at 247. So you would actually want Mishinaki at like 250 something. Is Mishinaki in your clan boss team? No, okay. So I would certainly consider a rebuild here for this champion. I don't think that you need lethal gear. It's not bad. It's not bad to have lethal gear on him, but I don't think you actually need it. I would probably go for like a high damage perception gear build. So you could certainly still go 100% crit rate with some good crit damage, but you want a lot a lot of accuracy. I think if we go to the Hell Hades website, so if we go here, I think the hard mode dungeons, you need at least 345 accuracy, I think, in the raid stages tool for all the hard mode dungeons. So dungeons, let's go to, it doesn't matter which, but we'll go to the spiders 10. Hard mode. There we go. That was a little delay. Go to 10. So this is the resistance, and you need 345 accuracy to land your debuffs 95% of the time. Sorry, it's the same here on the spiderlings. So you need 345 accuracy. However, if you're going to use Mishinaki in Hydra, let's go to, let's reset this. There we go. Doesn't matter what rotation. Let's go to Brutal. Being weird. Hydra. I don't know if this is the website or me. Is this me? Let's try again. Raid stages tool. Hydra. Rotation 1. Brutal. Here you go. Okay, so as you can see, the Head of Suffering is always going to have the highest resistance. I think that's the highest resistance. It is, yeah. And then the Head of the Head of Suffering brings additional resistance to everybody. Add 50 resistance to each head. So your accuracy here is 280. So realistically, I think, you know, that 350 number should get you there for Brutal as well. Nightmare is going to be a little bit different, but so I think 345, 350 is a really good number to hit on everybody for PvE. You will need more in Centranos. You will need more, I think, at the top levels of like Sand Devil's Necropolis and Shogun's Grove. I think you need a little bit more. Yeah. Here you need 495 accuracy. You're probably not bringing Mishinaki into either of those. But my point is, like, you need to know the accuracy levels that you need to hit. And 345 is a really good number to keep in mind because that's the hard mode and the Hydra. And it would handle clan boss as well. Because I think the highest one there is like 325 or something. So that would be great. For PvP, obviously, the higher the better. But so this just gives you an idea of like where you stand in terms of accuracy. So if we're trying to build this guy, it's like, well, how does he do his job? What's the most important thing? Well, he has a decreased defense, a decreased attack, a hex, and an HP burn. He's got 4 debuffs. So accuracy is more important than crit rate and crit damage. Right? In order for him to really do his job, he needs to land his debuffs. Otherwise, you may as well get a harder hitter in here. Like if you're going crit rate and crit damage, his multipliers aren't awesome. You know, like go get Harima. Her multipliers are awesome. Do you know what I mean? Like plus she brings the permanent decreased defense. Like she lowers the defense of your target. You know, go ahead and bring in, you know, Ninja, bring in Thor, bring in Monkey, like bring in somebody whose job is to hit hard. His job is to hit decently hard, but provide a lot of utility with those debuffs. So I would actually get him out of this. If you can still hit the 100% crit rate, I would, right? Because he does a lot of attacks. And he has this, like, he joins in attacks. So he's going to do that. But as long as you've got War Master, all those extra attacks are going to do damage to bosses. As long as you've got the accuracy, everybody else is going to hit harder, right? And bringing him into Hydra, you have to have the accuracy or there's no point as a Hex champion. You know, like these other things are cool, but you need him for Hex. There are very, very few AoE Hex champions in the game. And I would say Mishinaki is top 5 out of those. I mean, they're probably like 12 or something. And he's in the top half, maybe even higher than that. You know, I think you've got Bethrala. I mean, you've got Nergigante Archer, but she almost doesn't count, right? Because she's so freaking good. You've got a few others, you know, that do that job really well, but he's it. Like he's in that top tier. So, so this requires a rebuild. So we can't really use him for this team, unfortunately. So I think we have to bring Ugo back. And this might be fine. This might be fine. Let's go ahead and see. Actually, I think now that I pulled Ugo, I have to reset the... I do want her to open. Okay. Just see what happens. We are on stage 7. I don't know if this team's going to get to 10. It feels like it's a little bit weak for 10. With Mishinaki, it would probably do 10. So with a rebuilt Mishinaki, you're going to be in good shape. Hey, Perry, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, stream's just about over. I've gotten a lot longer than I expected to today. Usually I try to go from 2 to about 5, maybe 5:30, and it's already pushing 6:30 right now. So I enjoy the heck out of this. I really like live streaming. I enjoy live streaming a lot more than making videos. I enjoy making videos. Don't get me wrong, but I enjoy live streaming a lot more. I like answering questions in real time. I like helping people specifically. And I like talking to everybody. And it's just fun to play like other accounts and get back into solving problems. Like my account, I was talking about this earlier, is so endgame at this point. There's nothing left to do. And it's just, I'm just collecting champions to collect champions. So I am proud of my account. I like my account, but I'm kind of like, there's nothing left. There's nothing left. I can clear hard Amius. I can clear stage 25 of everything. You know, I can clear... I mean, I could improve my Hydra teams. That's probably what I'm going to do next. Maybe I could try like a Plat Arena push, but I don't really care about that. But yeah, so this is going to be a little bit tricky. Now we've got the leech out there, which is really nice. So when Thor hits, he's going to fully heal himself because he's doing so much damage. So that leech actually does play. Don't think that it doesn't. Greasy Greaser. All right. You're free to play on return. That's awesome, man. Well, when you pull a damn Odin and Freya, yeah, like... My stream is bad? What are you talking about? Is it problematic? Is something broken? All right, stage 7 is down. What stage? What? All right, so stage 8, this is going to be the problem. This is going to be the hardest one. Because we've got our decreased defense champion is weak affinity. Our nuker is weak affinity. This is where, you know, Harima can potentially help us. We could try different ways to get past this stage. But my guess is we don't have enough. That's going to be my guess. I could be wrong. But I don't think we're quite built the way we need to be built. Now, Mishinaki doesn't really help here. He might help a little bit, but again, we're weak affinity. Mishinaki is also magic, right? So you have some, you know, other things you could consider, other ways you could potentially get through this. If you have a really hard-hitting monkey, that can help. So we could certainly take a look at him. He's okay. He might be enough. Hard to say. Hard to say. I mean, without the full Savage set, right? Like, you don't have the ignored... Oh, no. You don't have the Cruel. Okay, so we're missing the Cruel piece. So that's actually not as bad. I thought we were missing the Savage piece. But, you know, so this is okay. He might be enough to make up for a little bit of something. But we're going to take extra damage, which means Thor's going to die here. It's going to have to be revived. We'll see. We'll run as is, and we'll see. Hey. Eric's could definitely help potentially here. See, but this is the problem. Look how hard Scylla the Drakes just got hit. You know, so we need to get back to full health before that boss goes again. And we're going to go extra rounds, and the next time, the boss is probably going to kill Scylla the Drakes, and that's game over. If Thor and Syl die, unless we're very, very close and Harima can do the job on her own, which probably won't happen, it's likely we're not going to get past this stage. All right, so the next time the boss swallows the spiders, if there's more than like 2 spiders on the board, we're dead, and that's it. If there's only 2 spiders or one or maybe 1 spider on the board, that would be okay. But chances are we're in trouble here, unless we can just kill everybody in one last go before the boss goes. All right, Scylla the Drakes lived, so that might be enough. You can see how big the heal was on the boss. We need to get our Thor back. And of course, Scylla the Drakes is not bringing him back because she prioritizes her A2 over her A3. Now we want the boss to go. No. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. I don't think Harima has enough. Yeah, we're okay. This is done. I'm trying to think if there's anything that we could do here. We could try Monkey. Oh, Eric's is also magic affinity. That's not helping. Let's see. How's the Ferric and the Fat built? 200 speed, 280 accuracy. I mean, Rathalos hits decently hard. We could try this. I mean, by taking away the weak affinities, I mean, I don't know if we can survive without Scylla the Drakes. Of course, if Wukong dies, we don't care, as long as everybody else lives. But okay, so Rathalos, yeah, see, so this is just we didn't wipe out what we needed to wipe out. And so we just took the massive hit. So I think this probably for now, this is going to be as far as we get. I don't want to just keep. First of all, I don't have the time. I'm running out of steam. But second of all, I just think we'd be wasting resources. So I think, you can farm stage 6 or 7 pretty quickly. You can see, I think you're going to have a very high success chance. I would bring the team back in. This is the team I would probably run. I think that's a very comfortable place to farm for now. A couple of ways you can think about getting through this stage. The stage 8 is, can you get a really good combination of Spirit Affinity champions? Because they're going to be strong. They're going to take less damage. You can certainly bring a weak affinity champion in if you need to. Right? But they have to be built for it. So, for instance, if you're going to bring in Scylla the Drakes to provide a little bit of that backbone to your team, she needs to be tanky enough to survive. And right now, if I'm looking at her stats, 3,200 is fine. 58,000 is fine. These are good numbers. 227 is good. 318 accuracy. All good stats. But when she's weak affinity, it's not enough. You'd probably want to run her at 70,000 HP, maybe 4,000 defense, 240 speed. And, accuracy is fine. You don't really need more accuracy. You could get more accuracy. Again, if you get to that 345, you could land the stuns more frequently. But that would provide her with more backbone, give you some value out of her. If you're going to bring in a damage dealer like, Thor, again, this might be a place where you're like, maybe I need to get some more survivability into this champion. Maybe I need just a little bit more HP. You know, he's running low right now at 35,000 HP. That's low for a nuker at this level. Right? When you're talking about late game, this isn't even really end game. If you're talking about late game, your damage dealers need to be survivable. They need to have more stats. And if you can't get the stats from your gear, you need to get your stats from your affinity bonuses, from your area bonuses. So, you know, here you'd be like, okay, look, you're doing crit damage, you're doing accuracy, you're doing resistance, but he needs to survive. What about a bit more HP? Let's invest in some HP. If we can boost this another, 8% or something, we could get him up to level 7. That might be a difference. You know, maybe defense. Defense is not a bad thing to have. In general, it's not as good as HP, but it's certainly not a waste. You can think about that. If you're not clearing waves, maybe a little bit of attack. Just for this affinity, for Thor specifically, this is now, attack is usually the last one you level up, but you've got Thor. So maybe this is the one that you level up next. And then if you clear the wave, that's better. I think area bonuses are really good. I think the first thing I usually do in area bonuses is speed. The second is accuracy. And then the third is either crit damage or ignore defense, depending on how I think I'm going to get the more damage. But usually speed and then accuracy. But you could also get HP here. You can get defense, attack. So you got a lot of ways to improve your champions in the specific areas that you want. So if you're like having trouble with Fire Knight, you mentioned Fire Knight. A big problem with Fire Knight is going to be speed and accuracy. To push hard mode Fire Knight, you need a ton of speed. You need so much speed. And you need the accuracy to land all of those freezes, those debuffs, the weakens, the slows, whatever you're bringing. So what these bonuses do, basically, this is for everybody. What these bonuses do is they alleviate the stat burden on your gear, right? So you're like, well, my gear's not good enough. Are you getting all the extra stats that you need? This is a place for extra stats. This is a place for extra stats. These souls, places for extra stats, right? I'm still short on stats. Okay, get in here to Sand Devils. Farm this up. Get to 20, 25 if you can. This is a place to get extra stats on your gear. This is a place to get extra stats on your gear. There has been so much stat bloat in this game that if you are not farming Phantom Shogun's Grove, you are falling behind the growth curve of the game. So that's what you need to do. You need to get in here. You don't have to go crazy. Get to stage 7. You can put together a team that's going to get to stage 7. This dungeon, Phantom Shogun's Grove, is not a difficult dungeon compared to Sand Devil's Necropolis or compared to Iron Twins. There's a challenge to it. And it's hard. It is hard to get to 25. But you should find, like, if you can get those others about halfway, you should be able to get Phantom Shogun's Grove to stage 7, no problem. You throw a little bit of energy into it every week. A couple of 100 energy. That's it. That's all it takes to start applying, like optimizing your really good gear. I mean, one of the things that we just did with Thor is we found this boot for Thor, right? There's 11 more speed here available. That's a lot of stats to not be getting because we don't have the oils from it. We want those oils, right? Here, we've got another bit of accuracy to go, but we need those Phantom Shogun, whatever they are, potion. We need those. I don't know how much accuracy. How much more accuracy can we get? 4. But it's not nothing, right? Think about that. That's a 4-star glyph hitting its max. No, I'm sorry. That's not. That would be speed. That's a 4-star glyph, though, hitting its minimum, I guess, is an additional 4 accuracy. So, and you can get those. You can get the extra crit rate here or the extra crit damage. That alleviates the stat requirement. Now you can. This one can go from 6% crit rate up to 10. That's 4% crit rate. That's a low roll. That's a substat roll. Right now, here, instead of needing the 23% crit, you go down. I mean, you can't change this piece out. But, so all of those things, we talked about survivability. If you max this out, you get another 14% max HP. That just pushes that stat higher and higher and higher. So it's almost impossible to really farm end game stuff or late game stuff without a pretty significant investment in souls, in oils, like the Ascension for gear stuff, end in some area bonuses or affinity bonus. Like, you have to do it. You have to do it. And I know a lot of people hate live arena, but the truth of the matter is you'll win some of the time. It's frustrating because you might lose 60% of the time or 70% of the time. But if you've got a 30% win rate, you will get enough area bonuses to make a difference in a few key places, like Hydra, hard mode dungeons, Doom Tower if you want it. Although I think Doom Towers, you don't necessarily, that's not as stat bloated as everything else. But Iron Twins, absolutely. Hydra Battles, absolutely. Sand Devils, Phantom Shogun's Grove, Cursed City, absolutely. Great places to get extra stats for your champions. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's it. Are you in mid game or late game? I think you're on the cusp. I wouldn't really, like, I wouldn't feel that the distinction is strong enough to argue with you if you said you were like in the beginning of the late game. I think that's fine. You have cleared all of the dungeons to stage 25. I certainly think that's one of the requirements for saying you're late game. I think you need all stage 25s done. And all right, so this one, like, if you clear this one out, I think you can, pretty comfortably say, yeah, okay, I'm definitely getting into the late game. Let's see what your Iron Twins looks like. You've got that maxed, so that's really good. I'd say, Sand Devil's Necropolis is about 15. If you could get this to about 15 and finish off your Ice Golem, I'd say you could comfortably say you were in late game. By my standards, I don't fight people when they say things like I'm early game, I'm mid game, I'm late game. I might say by my standards, I would categorize you differently, but that's okay. We can all categorize ourselves differently. I would say you're on the cusp. You're very much on the cusp of being late game. Another thing you could look at is like, how close are you to your Lydia? This is an accomplishment that I would say would be a late game accomplishment or push you into the late game. So you're definitely very close. I think I would categorize you as late mid game, but you're right on the cusp. Like, in a week or two, you could be late game based on my personal definitions, if you care. If you care. So, yeah. All right, that is it. Thanks so much to my 2 takeovers today. I always really appreciate it. It is a sign of trust to hand over your account that you've worked thousands of hours on and spent potentially thousands of dollars on to a complete stranger. I know you've seen me do this before, so there's a little bit of trust there, but I do appreciate it. And then thanks to everybody who has hung out. Remember, a couple of things. One is there should be an Ash collab dropping, hopefully soon. It was supposed to be yesterday. It didn't drop yesterday. I haven't seen it today. I expect it to happen this week. Ash is a busy guy. I assume there might be some technical difficulties or scheduling problems or something with his editor. I don't know why it hasn't come out yet, but it should be dropping, and I'm excited about it. So please go watch if you are interested. Also, I do offer takeovers, paid takeovers. So if you didn't win a takeover today, or you just want to get to it and maybe get some help, you can hit me up in Discord with a DM. I will give you my scheduling and pricing information, and maybe we can set something up. Otherwise, I hope you have a great week, and I will be back next Tuesday. And that's it. That's the show, folks. So thanks so much for hanging out, and you all have a good one.